Chapter 1967. Once his spatial bloodline reached the large success stage, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere he wanted. It could also divert all sorts of attacks. With Lin Fei's relocation, a certain continent would suffer a calamity. God Emperor Jingyi, what do you mean by this? Do you really think I'm a pushover? The God Emperor roared furiously at God Emperor Jingyi. This shameless junior. Deity Emperor Jingyi's attack revealed Di Tian's true strength. Di Tian had mastered the power of space and could redirect attack. Fellow Taoist Xian Luo, don't fall for it. Di Tian is trying to sow discord between us. Emperor Jingyi knew that Di Tian would not be easy to deal with. It would be even more difficult to stop Di Tian. Since Di Tian was able to block his attack, Divine Emperor Jingyi had placed Di Tian on the same level as him. Deity Emperor Xian Luo's strength was slightly weaker than Deity Emperor Jingyi. He was unwilling to accept this and suffered an attack for no reason. There were countless casualties on the continent, and what he lost was his strength. Before God Emperor Xian Luo could speak, Lin Fei shouted again, God Emperor Xian Luo, don't believe God Emperor Jingyi's words. That fella did it on purpose. Emperor Jingyi, who was hovering above the Jingyi sect, was furious. Di Tian, you shameless junior. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will cut off your head. Divine Emperor Jingyi stepped into the air and chased after Di Tian. Everyone understood what was going on when they saw this. That Di Tian Jr. was no longer someone they could deal with. How long had it been since a great perfection space bloodline had appeared? Everyone had clearly seen Di Tian divert the attack away. Other than someone with a large success spatial bloodline, no one else could do that. This shift diverted at least 90% of the attack's power. The remaining 10% would only injure Di Tian. We are all old. The future belongs to the young. I wonder if Di Tian can block Jingyi's attack. Oh right. Do you guys think that Di Tian's space bloodline has reached greater mastery? Does that mean that his time bloodline has also reached greater mastery? Cultivate the passage of time. Is that even possible? For a moment, everyone was silent. It was extremely rare for a space bloodline to reach great completion. If his bloodline matured in time, who in the world would be able to block Di Tian's attacks? Once your lifespan is depleted, your qi and blood will weaken. Even if you don't die, your qi and blood will weaken, and your combat power will be even weaker. God Emperor Jingyi was personally chasing after Di Tian. Initially, Zhang Xian was just a junior, but now Zhang Xian had grown to a level that could rival him. How could God Emperor Jingyi feel comfortable? This was especially so when Zhang Xian's spatial bloodline had reached major completion. Emperor Jingyi, take your time. In the void, a monstrous spatial storm swept over, and attacks came from all directions. God Emperor Jingyi coldly snorted. His divine palace opened up, shattering all the attacks in the sky. This kid is really cunning. No matter how cunning you are, you won't be able to escape from this emperor's palm in the god world. He received an attack. Lin Fei gained an understanding of divine sovereign Feng Xun's combat strength. Large success Space Force is really good. When that attack landed on his body, it actually only contained about 10% of its power. It would not leave behind any serious injuries. With a thought, he could recover to his original state. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Right at this moment, a few more sword lights slashed over. This was an attack formed by the Divine Palace. Lin Fei's body was surrounded by a black hole. His figure kept moving, and the killer attack was left behind. Because he couldn't catch the attack, the other party's attack naturally lost its target. Damn it, really damn it. As a God Emperor Jingyi rarely got angry. But now, he couldn't help but be angry. He wanted to kill Di Tian, but the other party disappeared with a single attack. He couldn't even find a trace of the other party. This was the most helpless thing. Having strength but not being able to find the other party's position was the most lamentable thing. Old thing, I'm here. Hurry up and attack. Who's that? This is God Emperor Jing Yi's attack. If you want revenge, look for that old thing Jing Yi. Lin Fei kept provoking God Emperor Jing Yi. God Emperor Jing Yi's attack naturally fell on the other continent. This was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. Di Tian, you shameless bastard! God Emperor Jing Yi flew into a rage. He tried his best to calm himself down. I can't attack anymore. That guy is cunning and shameless. He wants this emperor to offend all the god emperors in the divine world. This emperor can't fall for it again. Just now, God Emperor Jing Yi was really angry. Therefore, he kept attacking, causing his attack to be diverted to other continent. If it was 2 or 3 god emperors, God Emperor Jing Yi wouldn't be worried. But to offend more than 10 god emperors at once, all of them had powerful backgrounds. God Emperor Jing Yi couldn't help but be wary. He hated that bastard Di Tian more and more. He had really underestimated Di Tian's ability. The chase and the cursing passed through more than 10 continents. Old thing, eat my saber. God Emperor Jing Yi, who was chasing, raised his eyebrows. Lin Fei suddenly attacked, and the blade of time slashed at God Emperor Jing Yi. This saber came without any warning. Kid, you're courting death. God Emperor Jing Yi slapped across the air, and he disappeared without a trace. Eat my saber again. Another saber slashed at his back. Similarly, he disappeared without a trace. God Emperor Jing Yi suffered another saber strike. Drops of blood dripped down. God Emperor Jing Yi, who was wearing divine armor, was still injured. Impossible! How could this emperor be injured? As a divine emperor who grasped a trace of heaven's will, his divine body was flawless. How could he be injured? But now he was injured, and drops of divine blood dripped down. God Emperor Jing Yi was about to go crazy. Without waiting for God Emperor Jing Yi to think, another saber strike came. The angle was very strange, but it was shattered by God Emperor Jing Yi. Lin Fei's attack also stopped. His power of time is actually powerful to such a degree. Those saber strikes just now had used the power of time to open his wounds. Old thing, did those saber strikes feel good? Lin Fei's voice sounded out, with a hint of a smile in it. God Emperor Jing Yi hadn't been injured in a long time. And at this time, another voice sounded out, this one mocking, Jing Yi, you're already old. You can't even take care of a junior, and you still have the nerve to be a god emperor? What a joke. Primal Chaos, don't be so smug. God Emperor Jing Yi's expression changed slightly. Crack. At this time, Hairball came out and bit the place where he was injured. With a crack, she tore off a piece of flesh and escaped. Old thing, your flesh is smelly and old. It's really not delicious. Primordial Evil Dragon said with a look of contempt. Emperor Jingyi was infuriated. He actually had a piece of flesh bitten off by a divine beast. Primal Chaos God Emperor laughed. Good job, Taoist Di Tian. This kind of old thing needs to be tortured. I wonder when Taoist Di Tian is free. Why don't you come to my place? Lin Fei could tell that this was Primal Chaos God Emperor's voice. When I'm done with a few things, I'll definitely come to visit. Chapter 1968. Emperor Jingyi was infuriated. Back then, the 8 great divine emperors suppressed the Primal Chaos Divine Emperor, but they were unable to kill him. They dismembered his body and suppressed the various realms. After that, he personally went to hunt down the Primal Chaos Deity Emperor. Unfortunately, he did not manage to kill him. Now that the Chaos God Emperor was ridiculing him, Jingyi God Emperor wished he could go over and kill him. Unfortunately, the Chaotic God Emperor was a special life form, and it was very difficult to kill him. Primal Chaos God Emperor, you are harboring a criminal from the divine world. Don't think that I won't deal with you. God Emperor Jing Yi put the label of a criminal on Di Tian. The lazy voice of the Chaotic God Emperor sounded. If you can't catch fellow Taoist Di Tian, then you can't. Don't try to flatter yourself. Whether he's a murderer or not, It's not up to you to decide. Zhengyi God Emperor, you're still as shameless as before. Di Tian took the opportunity to add another stab. That old thing is really shameless. You can't catch up to him, so you can only act fierce with your mouth. That's all you've got. God Emperor Zhengyi had never thought that one day he would be ridiculed by a junior. That junior from back then was so unbridled. Emperor Zhengyi was furious. However, no matter how strong Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was, he was unable to find the other party. Xiao Chen's great perfection spatial power made him feel very helpless. God Emperor Zhengyi did not dare to act recklessly. Previously, when the attack was shifted to other continents, the divine emperors who controlled those continents hated him to death. Offending the enemy for no reason was not what divine Emperor Zhengyi wanted. Emperor Zhengyi knew very well that Di Tian was provoking him so that he would lose his rationality and attack Di Tian continuously. If he really did that, he would offend the God Emperors of the continent. Now, God Emperor Zhengyi hated his space bloodline. An old thing is indeed an old thing. He can actually keep his composure. Lin Fei couldn't wait for God Emperor Zhengyi to attack him so that he could have a few more enemies. Even if those people hated him, the one they hated the most was still God Emperor Zhengyi. Old thing, if you're not going to chase me, then I'm leaving. Don't send me off, I won't be able to stand it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, his voice echoing in all directions. What a detestable fellow! God Emperor Zhengyi's killing intent surged. At this moment, Divine Emperor Zhengyi could only give up on pursuing Di Tian. He wasn't very good at chasing. I believe many people will be interested in a space bloodline that has reached great success. God Emperor Zhengyi turned around and left. Master, where are we going now? Hairball was delighted. He didn't refuse any of the great tonic. Hairball had a great time eating the main gate and the gate. Let's go to the Demon Profound sect. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. A few of the 8 great God Emperors didn't need to go, but the others had to go as guests. This way, they would know that he wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Great! Hairball cheered. I heard that the Demon Mystic sect is not worse than the Zhengyi sect. This time, we can have a good meal again. Just when everyone thought that Di Tian would be chased to the ends of the world by Divine Emperor Zhengyi, another piece of news came out. Di Tian lawlessly barged into the Demon Mystic sect, ignoring the restriction of the mountain gate outside, and wantonly plundered the Demon Mystic sect's treasures. All kinds of resources were plundered. Divine meridians were dug out, cultivation techniques were taken, and nothing good was left. The God Emperors of the Demon Mystic sect attacked one after another, but they were all banished to other places by Di Tian using the power of space. The weaker God Emperors were killed on the spot. His methods were as brutal as before. This time, the divine world was in chaos. Di Tian offended a God Emperor Zhengyi, and now he went to offend the Demon Mystic sect. His courage was not ordinary. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they thought about it. Di Tian was courting his own death. Sure enough, after plundering, the Demon Mystic Emperor came out and wanted to kill Di Tian, but instead, the Demon Mystic sect was riddled with holes. In the end, Di Tian easily left, and the Demon Mystic Emperor chased him for hundreds of millions of miles. The divine world was in an uproar again. All the forces in the divine world stopped. Many people clapped and cheered. The 8 great God Emperors also had such a day. Some people even said that Di Tian was bullied by the 8 great God Emperors, and now he came back to take revenge. The Zhengyi school was the first, and the Demon Mystic sect was the second. Next there would be the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. Maybe all the 8 Xinhuang would come. The more this news spread, the more it spread. Who was Di Tian? He was a lawless fellow who could do anything. Now that Di Tian's space bloodline was complete, he could come and go as he pleased. Even someone as strong as Zhengyi God Emperor couldn't do anything, let alone others. Everyone was sure that Di Tian would attack the other God Emperors. After barging into 2 sections, Di Tian disappeared without a trace, and he didn't appear for more than 10 days. Celestial Emperor sect, Thousand Goblin sect, and the other sects all felt their hearts in their mouth. Zheng Yi sect and the Demon Mystic sect were examples. Originally, they were very confident about their sect's restrictions. Apart from ascended god experts, no one else could break it easily. But in front of Di Tian, who had completed his space bloodline, the restrictions were like decorations. The entire sect was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The 8 great god emperors didn't expect that one day, a junior would scare the entire sect into unease and fear. Stop him? How could they stop him? There was nothing they could do. The sect's patriarchs returned one after another, personally guarding the sect to prevent Di Tian from barging in. Di Tian was notorious now, especially with a ferocious primordial evil dragon by his side. It ate everything it saw, and even the sacred god emperor would want to bite off a large piece of flesh from its body. It was said that every time the primordial evil dragon attacked, it would eat a large number of people. The stronger their blood and chi, the more it liked them. For example, hierarch gods and god emperors would be devoured in one bite. No matter what the god emperor elders said, the sect was shrouded in a dark cloud. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Even the patriarchs couldn't deal with Di Tian. They didn't want to die in Di Tian's hands, or even be eaten by the primordial evil dragon. Every day that Di Tian didn't appear, the pressure on the sect's disciples increased. At this moment, Lin Fei came to a remote continent in the divine world. The entire continent seemed very barren. There were no forces, just some cats and dogs. There were almost no god emperors, and only 1 or 2 sects established by Earth god emperors. With his space bloodline, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted. Brother Di Tian, how have you been? In the sky above the continent, the Chaos God Emperor appeared and said with a smile. The Chaos God Emperor was the same as before. He was dressed in white and looked like a young man, but his body exuded an aura of endless vicissitudes. He was an existence that had lived for a long time. At this moment, the Chaos God Emperor was very enthusiastic. Back then, the 8 great God Emperors suppressed him. Now that the 8 great God Emperors were defeated, the Chaos God Emperor was very happy to see it. Junior greets the Chaos God Emperor. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Chapter 1969. Lin Fei was here to meet the Chaos God Emperor. After slapping the Zheng Yi God Emperor and Mo Xian God Emperor in the face, Lin Fei decided to lie low for the time being. If the 2 peak God Emperors attacked together, it would definitely not be a good thing. He might even suffer a loss. Since the Chaos God Emperor invited him, Lin Fei decided to come over. He was indebted to the Chaos God Emperor. Whether it was the space secret technique or the time secret technique, they all came from the Chaos God Emperor. In addition, the 18 primordial clones were also obtained from the primordial chaos. A long time ago, Lin Fei actually knew why the Chaos God Emperor was not killed but suppressed in the various worlds. His true form was a special life form, and it was impossible to kill him. Lin Fei and the Chaos God Emperor had a close relationship. Since the Chaos God Emperor invited him, Lin Fei was not afraid of the Chaos God Emperor secretly doing something. He was not in a hurry to go to the territories of the other God Emperors. Lin Fei was very clear that the Chaos God Emperor was so friendly to him. If he could not defeat the 2 peak God Emperors and not deal with him, the Chaos God Emperor would not be so friendly. Reputation was earned with strength. The Chaos Continent. It was a continent occupied by the Chaos God Emperor. It was located in a remote area. However, this was not the point. The continent was adjacent to the primordial Forbidden Zone. As long as the Chaos God Emperor entered the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 God Emperors would not be able to defeat him. This was the country of the Chaos God Emperor. This was what Lin Fei learned from the Chaos God Emperor. Then I have to congratulate Senior Chaos. With the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 God Emperors can only stare. Lin Fei looked at the forbidden zone in the distance and was secretly shocked. This forbidden zone was extraordinary. This was also the first time Lin Fei saw a forbidden zone. The forbidden zone contained great terror. The system also calculated the danger level, reaching 5-star danger, the highest danger level. Daoist Di Tian, you don't have to call me senior. Just call me Chaos or Brother Chaos. The white-robed Chaos said heartily. Lin Fei was a little hesitant. This is not appropriate. The white-robed primal Chaos guffawed. What's wrong with that? You've mastered your spatial bloodline. No matter where you go, not even peak god emperors can do anything to you. Lin Fei could tell that the Chaos Deity Emperor was trying to get closer to him. Alright, then I'll call you Big Brother Hun Dun from now on. Lin Fei would not refuse such kindness. Now that Tianming had appeared, it would be good to have another powerful ally. The primal Chaos Deity Emperor was very happy. He was a forthright person and didn't like procrastinating people. Di Tian was to his liking. Let's go, I'll bring you to the Forbidden Zone. Big Brother Hun Dun, this is my first time coming to this Forbidden Zone. I wonder what's so special about this Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei asked curiously. Lin Fei had been to the immortal world a few times. Those few times, he hadn't really come to the immortal world. He had just gone on a killing spree. He didn't even know how big the immortal world was. Today was the first time he had truly arrived at the God realm. Now, Lin Fei was very interested in the Forbidden Zone. He always felt that it was extraordinary. The primal Chaos Deity Emperor didn't mind talking about the Forbidden Zone. He pointed to the Forbidden Zone below and said, "The Forbidden Zone is actually a land of immortality created by the Almighty. It's a place where the heavenly Tao of the immortal world is arranged. Those ancient existences that are about to die of old age will bury themselves in the Forbidden Zone. As time passes, they will become one with the Forbidden Zone and become a part of the Forbidden Zone. They will never be able to leave the Forbidden Zone. As long as the Forbidden Zone isn't destroyed, they will not die. The primordial Forbidden Zone is the Forbidden Zone of our Primal Chaos Clan. All the experts of the Primal Chaos Clan are sleeping there." Lin Fei was shocked. There was actually such a magical place in the immortal world. The primal Chaos Deity Emperor smiled and said, "Are you very surprised? If not for the primordial Forbidden Zone, the 8 great god emperors would have long come to kill me." Walking in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei suddenly understood. It turned out that the primal Chaos Deity Emperor had the support of the Forbidden Zone. In such a huge Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei didn't sense any aura. At most, he saw tombs that emitted a trace of cold and gloomy aura. At the thought of the sleepers, the ancient experts of the Primal Chaos Clan, Lin Fei subconsciously became alert. "Do you know what the 8 great god emperors are busy with recently?" The Primal Chaos Deity Emperor suddenly asked. How could Lin Fei know what the 8 great god emperors were busy with? However, on second thought, he seemed to understand. Are they planning to attack the Forbidden Zone? The Primal Chaos Deity Emperor smiled and said, "You are so smart. The 8 great god emperors are contacting people and preparing to attack a Forbidden Zone. They are trying to kill the experts inside and obtain the treasures in the Forbidden Zone. This is also the main reason why you can break into the Jingyi school and the demon mystic sect." Lin Fei really didn't expect that they would be so bold as to attack the Forbidden Zone. "I was wondering why the old thing isn't in the sect. It turns out that he is attacking the Forbidden Zone outside." Lin Fei finally understood. "You have scared the other god emperors a lot recently. Now the 8 great god emperors have given up on attacking the Forbidden Zone and are guarding at home, afraid that you will come and cause trouble." The Primal Chaos Deity Emperor said, "Do you know what outsiders are saying about you now?" Lin Fei shook his head. "I really didn't pay attention to this. People call you the King of Destruction. Jingyi School, the Demon Mystic Sect, and the heavenly sects of the immortal Civ continent were all destroyed by you. King of Destruction? This nickname was given to him. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two talked as they walked and landed in a palace in the Forbidden Zone. Are there many similar Forbidden Zones in the divine world? Lin Fei asked curiously. The primal chaos deity Emperor nodded. You guessed it right. There are many Forbidden Zones in the divine world. For example, the most powerful ones, even I don't dare to enter. The small Forbidden Zones can be destroyed with one hand. Lin Fei couldn't imagine it. The primal chaos deity Emperor added, Don't think that the divine world is big now. It is actually very small. In fact, it is occupied by the Forbidden Zones. Why do the God Emperors want to attack the Forbidden Zones? In fact, it is to expand their territory. Every Forbidden Zone has many treasures, such as Emperor treasures and even Emperor weapons. Any one of them can enhance their strength. The divine world is still small now? Lin Fei was very surprised. During this period of time, his understanding of the divine world could be summed up in one word: big. All the continents were bigger than the profound sky world. Could it be that it was still small? In the past, the entire divine world had 3,000 continents and was controlled by 3,000 god emperors. Now, there are only 200 continents left. Some of these continents are in remote locations and have been abandoned until now. No one has occupied them. Some continents have forbidden zones. Every once in a while, the corpses of the forbidden zones will wreak havoc on the continent. Currently, there are only about 100 continents that are occupied by people. 3,000 continents? Lin Fei was really shocked. Doesn't that mean that most of the original 3,000 continents are occupied by the Forbidden Zones now? Chapter 1970. Lin Fei listened very carefully. He was very interested in the forbidden area of the divinity realm. Perhaps the other reason why Chaos Shin Emperor invited him as a guest was to be in the forbidden area. Junior, I have learned something, Lin Fei said. Chaos Shin Emperor had a very good impression of Di Tian. Most importantly, Di Tian was a person worth cooperating with. Most importantly, Di Tian would not go with the 8 Shen Huang. After the destruction of the Jingyi school and demon mystic sect, they had completely fallen out. Actually, you will know it sooner or later even if I don't say it. Chaos Shin Emperor laughed. After that, Chaos Shin Emperor did not say anything else but chatted about some things. Lin Fei also listened with great interest. In the next few days, Lin Fei lived in the forbidden area. Lin Fei was also happy to relax. Lin Fei stayed for 7 or 8 days and then said goodbye to Chaos Shin Emperor. Chaos Shin Emperor personally saw Di Tian off and said, "If you don't mind, you can come and visit more often. By the way, here is a map of the forbidden area of the divinity realm. Keep it. Maybe you will need it someday." Lin Fei accepted it and left with the primordial evil dragon. "Your Excellency, aren't you going to invite Di Tian to attack the forbidden area together? Why did you let him leave?" An advisor of Chaos Shin Emperor appeared quietly with a puzzled look. "This matter is not urgent." Chaos Shin Emperor smiled. Di Tian will not take the bait in a few words. Moreover, he has not finished his business yet. How can he calm down? The advisor behind him said, "Does Di Tian really want to destroy the sects of the 8 Shen Huang?" Chaos Shin Emperor's eyes were like the sky. He said lightly, "He is smart. There must be some unlucky ones among the 8 Shen Huang. Only then can the 8 Shen Huang be afraid and not dare to act recklessly, so that they can gain a foothold." Jingyi School. After the last destruction, the Jingyi School suffered heavy casualties and lost a lot of vitality. In a short time, it almost returned to normal, but the dead disciples could not recover. This also made the Jingyi School lose face in the divinity realm. Many forces secretly spread the news, so it was hard not to know. Therefore, recently, the disciples of the sect did not dare to go out, because they could not bear being laughed at. In the main hall of the Jingyi School, the 8 god emperors sat together. There was no helping it. It was all because of Dition. You still haven't found anything? God Emperor Jing Yi said expressionlessly. That brat's zodiac is a rabbit. His spatial bloodline has reached great success. He can go anywhere in the world, it won't be easy to find him. Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor shook his head, feeling very helpless. Maybe he ran to the profound sky world. The immortal Emperor God Emperor said seriously, it has been so long and Dition has disappeared without a trace. Maybe he is afraid of us. The other God Emperors nodded in agreement. For the time being, nothing had happened to them, so they were not that worried. If not for the fact that the 8 great God Emperors were a group, they would not have come. Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi and Celestial Emperor Mo Xian glanced at each other, feeling very unwilling. They knew what they were thinking, they couldn't wait for their 2 sects to suffer. Don't look at how the 8 great divine emperors seemed to be a group on the surface. In reality, there were many factions within. Before the mandate of heaven appeared, everyone was still together. Now that the mandate of heaven had appeared, everyone was restless. Only the superficial friendliness remained. I don't think Dition will return to the profound sky world. Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi said. Maybe, he is in the chaotic continent. Don't forget, the 18 primordial spiritual splits that Dition cultivates is an absolute art of his lineage. Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor and Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi did not get along well. If not for the fact that they suffered losses together, they would not have stood together. There was no choice, Dition was too ruthless, tormenting their sections. If not for their wealth, the entire sect would have suffered a huge blow. Taoist Celestial Emperor Zheng Yi, you mean that we should go to the chaotic continent and force chaos to hand over the person? Mysterious Devil Divine Emperor's eyes lit up. He was gnashing his teeth at Dition, wishing he could eat his flesh, otherwise, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Chaos God Emperor might not hand over the person. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor frowned. He is now in control of the Forbidden Land, it is not that easy to deal with him. These Forbidden Lands are indeed hateful. If not for the Forbidden Land, we would have long suppressed and sealed the Chaos God Emperor again. Celestial Emperor Shen Tian said with a murderous look. Previously, when they joined hands to hunt down the Chaos God Emperor, they were obstructed by the Forbidden Land, resulting in the current situation. This method is feasible. Dition is notorious in the God world. If we contact the other God Emperors and force Chaos God Emperor together, let's see if he dares to refuse. If he dares to refuse, we can destroy the Chaos Forbidden Land, Profound Saint God Emperor said sinisterly. Old Ancestor, bad news. Suddenly, someone barged in from outside and knelt in front of Myriad Demon Divine Emperor. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor's heart skipped a beat. What happened? 2 hours ago, Dition barged into our Myriad Demon sect, wantonly destroyed, killed God Emperors, and ate all the battle pets we tamed. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor was furious, his eyes were bloodshot. If I don't kill you, I am not human. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor turned around and left, not leaving a single word, disappearing into the horizon. The other God Emperors all stood up. Let's stop here for today. Dition might have appeared for us, I need to go back and take charge. Celestial Emperor Sect cupped his hands and said, I will take my leave first. I also need to go back and take charge. The few God Emperors left in the blink of an eye. Even Mysterious Demon God Emperor couldn't sit still and left after saying a few words. God Emperor Zheng Yi's face also turned gloomy. The few God Emperors left and hurried back to the sect. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor was unlucky. He was attacked by the black-robed man on the way back, his head bleeding, and he fled in a sorry state. This news quickly spread throughout the divine world. Many people were guessing who did it. Luckily, I am fine. Creation God Emperor hurried back to the sect and heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he heard about Myriad Demon Divine Emperor being ambushed. Could it be Dition's doing? No, it's Chaos God Emperor. Creation God Emperor sent his subordinates out. He knew who the black-robed man was. In the past, Chaos God Emperor loved to stab people in the back. Creation God Emperor was also ambushed by Chaos God Emperor in the past. Creation God Emperor, long time no see, how are you? In the main hall, Lin Fei walked out. Creation God Emperor stared at the young man not far away. Everyone says that Di Tian is extremely daring, it seems like it is true. You are really daring, aren't you afraid that I will kill you on the spot? Lin Fei laughed. You can't kill me, and if you really attack, your fortune gate won't be peaceful, and you will follow in the footsteps of myriad demon sect. Creation God Emperor's face sank. Are you threatening me? Not a threat, but a warning. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a throne appeared behind him. I am just stating a fact, as for whether you want to hear it or not, that is your own business. Then why are you here? Chapter 1971. The Fortune Divine Emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though Di Tian was arrogant, he had the capital to be arrogant. Even if the Fortune Divine Sovereign wanted to capture Di Tian, he wouldn't be able to. There was also the missing primordial evil dragon, which was definitely a threat to the Fortune Divine Sovereign. He didn't want to be bitten by a divine beast and end up like Divine Sovereign Jing Yi. The Fortune Divine Emperor was rather interested in the treasures and resources that Di Tian had plundered. Who didn't want their own sect to become stronger? Enemy? When there were benefits, they could sit together, drink tea, and talk about life. This was the benefit of benefit. Everyone says that fellow Taoist Di Tian is arrogant and ignorant, that he's all brawn and no brains. But now, it seems like everyone has underestimated fellow Taoist. The Creation Divine Emperor laughed. Well said, well said. The business discussion was very pleasant. One had needs and the other wanted to sell. Both of them were very satisfied. The Fortune Gate did not need to be damaged by Di Tian, and the Fortune Divine Emperor would not have to worry about it anymore. The only person who knew of this matter was the Fortune Divine Emperor, and no one else was informed. For the time being, the 8 Divine Emperors were still a group. The Fortune Divine Sovereign didn't want others to know about his cooperation with Di Tian. If news of it were to spread, the other god sovereigns would definitely find trouble with him. Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. Once the transaction was completed, Lin Fei took the initiative to leave. Just as they were about to leave, the Fortune Divine Emperor spoke. Fellow Taoist, please wait, the Fortune Divine Emperor said. What's the matter? Lin Fei turned around and asked. The Fortune Divine Sovereign was indeed busy. Pardon me for asking, but how did fellow Taoist cultivate your space bloodline to the large success stage? After all, a large success stage requires a long period of time, and fellow Taoist is still so young. Lin Fei had expected this. As long as a god emperor wasn't a fool, he would be able to tell that his space bloodline had reached the great success stage. How did he manage to cultivate his space bloodline to great perfection in such a short time? This was worthy of the god emperor's attention. If it was someone else asking me, I wouldn't answer. Lin Fei said, however, I just cooperated with fellow Taoist creation, so it's not like I can't tell you. The Fortune Divine Emperor felt that he had gained a lot of face. Right now, he already treated Di Tian as someone on the same level as him. Everyone liked to hear compliment. It was the same for the Fortune Divine Emperor. Fellow Taoist, let's talk while we drink. The Fortune Divine Emperor pulled Lin Fei to a seat and immediately ordered someone to bring a table full of dishes and personally poured wine for Lin Fei. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist creation has a Divine Emperor controller who is infinitely close to the great accomplishment realm, right? Lin Fei said as he looked at the Creation Divine Emperor. The Good Fortune Divine Emperor was straightforward. Fellow Taoist guessed correctly. Nothing can be hidden from fellow Taoist's eyes. I have an Earth controller under me who is just a step away from reaching the grand accomplishment realm. But even after cultivating for several thousand years, he is still unable to break through. A deity emperor with a great accomplishment bloodline would have a terrifying combat power. Even if his bloodline wasn't the best, it was still a powerful existence comparable to the heaven-splitting divine emperor or even the god-sealing divine emperor. The creation divine emperor had to be thick-skinned enough to ask. Under the heavens, Tion was the only person who could cultivate his bloodline to the great accomplishment realm in such a short time. He was also the most qualified person to do so. From the moment he cultivated his space bloodline to the great accomplishment realm, Lin Fei knew that there would be deity emperors who would want to know the secret behind it. To Lin Fei, this secret wasn't too big of a secret. It was nothing more than refining his bloodline. Fellow Taoist creation, please take a look at this. Lin Fei took out an item and placed it in front of the creation divine emperor. It was a ball of light, and there was a mysterious existence within it. This is the Earth bloodline. With the creation divine emperor's eyesight, the moment the ball of light landed on his hand, the creation divine emperor was shocked. Then, his gaze became infatuated. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. There is actually such a mysterious existence in this world. Lin Fei was also very impressed. Fellow Taoist creation's eyesight is really good. You actually recognized it at a glance. Lin Fei said. The creation divine emperor rejoiced that he didn't make a move against Tion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Tion had such a good thing. At this time, the creation divine emperor was very excited. I wonder if fellow Taoist can sell some of this thing to me. No matter how expensive the price is, I will accept it. The creation divine emperor only had one thought in his mind, and that was to buy as much as he could. Now that it was the heavens mandate era, the stronger one was, the better. As for snatching it, the creation divine emperor didn't have such a thought. Facing a defenseless Tion, unless he could kill him in one strike, he would be a powerful enemy. He wouldn't be able to rest in peace. This thing is very difficult to extract, Lin Fei said awkwardly. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Fellow Taoist creation's temperament is quite compatible with mine. I'm willing to refine some of it. The price is negotiable. I only need heaven rank or earth rank divine veins. Also, God Emperor Godheads and Hierarch Godheads, the more the better. The creation divine emperor was already prepared for Tion's exorbitant demand, but when he heard Tion's words, he became very excited. Who said that Tion was cruel? He was actually a good person. Lin Fei suddenly lowered his voice and said, I wonder what kind of bloodline fellow Taoist cultivates. If you don't have a bloodline, you can cultivate it and turn it into a trump card. At the creation divine emperor's strength, there was a certain degree of difficulty in increasing his strength. I can do it too? The creation divine emperor wasn't a controller. He had cultivated an ordinary bloodline. Not all god emperors had a special bloodline. If all of them had a special bloodline, wouldn't the world be turned upside down? The creation divine emperor was naturally tempted. If he could raise his bloodline to the hierarch level, it would indeed become a trump card. Aren't you afraid that I'll spread the news? At that time, you'll have to face the wrath of the entire world. The creation divine emperor said coldly. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, I've already offended so many people, so what's wrong with a few more? However, your fortune gate will suffer a calamity. Other than you, no one else will survive. Your fortune gate will disappear from this world. Even fellow Taoist won't be able to live in peace. If someone else had said this, the creation divine emperor would have snorted disdainfully. But coming from Tion's mouth, there was a huge difference. No one dared to doubt Tion's ability. I'm not afraid to tell you that I can reach grand completion in both my space and time bloodlines. I wonder how many times fellow Taoist's lifespan can withstand my sneak attacks. Lin Fei said, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. The creation divine emperor shuddered inexplicably, only to realize that he had neglected an important matter. Tian could reach grand completion in his space bloodline. Time? That was the number one person in all of history. The creation divine emperor's expression changed drastically. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. The creation divine emperor laughed dryly. Let's talk business. Chapter 1972. It was a pleasant collaboration. When the fortune divine emperor refined the first portion of bloodline power, he was shocked. How could there be such a technique in this world? It was simply inconceivable. After tasting the sweetness, the relationship between the fortune divine emperor and Lin Fei became closer. The fortune divine emperor rejoiced inwardly that he did not chase after Tian personally. Offending such a terrifying existence would not bring peace to the fortune gate. The fortune divine emperor took out the god emperor grade godhead without hesitation. Now that there was a way to increase his strength, how could the fortune divine emperor miss it? As for what the 8 god emperors would think, that was another matter. Lin Fei gave out 1 million portions of bloodline power for the first time, and the harvest was very bountiful. If the fortune divine emperor knew that this bloodline power didn't require any price, and that it wasn't even worth 1/10 of the value of the treasure, he might really vomit 3 liters of blood. It was a pity that the fortune divine emperor did not know about this as he immersed himself in cultivating his bloodline power. Lin Fei was not idle either. He returned to the Black Sky world with a huge harvest. After the completion of his spatial bloodline, going back and forth was a matter of a thought. This time, he had offended 3 of the 8 god emperors. Lin Fei needed to go back and make some arrangements to prevent the 8 god emperors from shamelessly coming to the Black Sky world to cause trouble. Back at the Invincible Palace in the Black Sky world, the first thing Lin Fei did was to set up a powerful array to envelop the entire Black Sky world. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei, who had mastered spatial power, was able to do it easily. Lin Fei spent more than 10 days to personally set up a spatial array. No matter who came over, they would be exiled, unable to approach the Black Sky world forever. For this, Lin Fei spent a large amount of resources. Compared to the resources that he plundered, these resources were nothing much. After the spatial array was set up, Lin Fei found a hierarch to test it out. The results were very good. Once someone approached the Black Sky world, they would be trapped in the space and could only retreat. Lin Fei also tested the power of the spatial array. Other than himself, no one could enter. Even if they could pass the first layer, they might not be able to pass the second layer. It could be said that Lin Fei had turned the profound sky world into an impregnable kingdom. Lin Fei had chased out the 8 great sects of the profound sky world, as well as some hostile factions, not leaving a single hostile faction behind. At this point, all the hostile forces in the profound sky world had been chased out by Lin Fei. All voices were unified. This was just the beginning. Lin Fei usually opened one of the passageways, allowing everyone to enter and exit freely. In the center of the formation, Lin Fei had arranged for hundreds of ultimate gods to stand guard day and night. As long as someone came, they would be able to close the passageway and prevent outsiders from entering. Other than hierarch-grade godheads, the rest of the godheads obtained from the fortune divine emperor were used as plunder resources. The profound sky world had even installed a batch of divine cannons. Naturally, this was changed by the system. For Lin Fei, who had plundered a large number of divine veins, his divinity points had reached a terrifying number. The divine cannons could only be activated after advancing to the God Emperor realm. In order to activate it, godheads were needed. Heavenly God Godheads and God King Godheads were used as offensive weapons. Lin Fei felt that it was almost time for someone to come and try it out. In the depths of the Invincible Palace, a large number of hierarch experts. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Jing Yi Divine Emperor, Mo Xian Divine Emperor, and Pang Yao Divine Emperor, as long as you dare to come, I will take a bite out of you. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the number of hierarch experts he had summoned. The number of God Emperors was limited. Even though the Divine World's mandate had appeared and many people had the opportunity to advance to the God Emperor realm during the Celestial Worthy Mountain trip, there were less than 1,000 God Emperors in the entire Divine World. Therefore, the core strength of the battle was still the hierarch expert. Now, Lin Fei's invincible palace had summoned millions of hierarch experts. Standing on the elevated platform, Zhang Xian saw a dense mass of people gathering together. If not for the fact that spatial power had been used to isolate them, the entire celestial world would have been shaken. These hierarch godheads were plundered from all over the place. Nearly 6 million hierarch experts. No matter what, we have to be shocked. Lin Fei chuckled. Just having hierarch experts won't do. We need a God Emperor to lead the team. This time, the number of God Emperor godheads he plundered was not too many. It was just a little over 1,000. Lin Fei did not use them to level up. Now that he had achieved great mastery in space and time, he had terrifying combat power. There was no need for him to level up his realm. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to summon God Emperor experts. As long as the mysterious sky world was strong, the 8 great God Emperors and other God Emperors would not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned and took out a message amulet. The 8 great God Emperors are coming to destroy the mysterious sky world? In 10 days? Looking at the message, Lin Fei laughed. With the Fortune Divine Emperor around, you will regret trying to catch me off guard. Lin Fei was very clear that the Fortune Divine Emperor had tasted the benefits of the bloodline power and would not allow it to succeed. It was normal for him to secretly send a message. A few shameless old things. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Let's summon the God Emperor first. Summoning a God Emperor expert required a lot of godheads. Summoning one God Emperor required 200 godheads. The godheads Lin Fei had could only summon 6 God Emperors. The level of strength depended on luck. Summon God Emperor. The system prompted, successfully consuming 200 God Emperor godheads. Ding. Heavenly Treasure Divine Emperor summoning successful. Earth God Emperor strength, please receive. This strength, Lin Fei was not too satisfied, but he could not say anything. Ding. Rakshasa Divine Emperor summoning successful. Heavenly God Emperor strength, please receive. Ding. Fei Luo Divine Emperor summoning successful. Young God Emperor strength, please receive. The 6 God Emperors were quickly summoned. Greetings, Master. The 6 God Emperors knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Among the 6 God Emperors summoned with 1,200 godheads, there were 2 Heavenly God Emperors, 1 Earth God Emperor, and 3 Young God Emperors. The mysterious sky world had God Emperors. With 6 million ultimate gods, Lin Fei divided them into 6 teams. Each of the 6 ultimate gods controlled 1 million ultimate gods. 8 great God Emperors, I will make you vomit blood this time. He took out all the ultimate god treasures he had collected in the past. It was still not enough. Lin Fei was very open-minded. If there were none, then there were none. Sooner or later, someone would send them over. The 8 great God Emperor's troops still came. He had to vent his anger. Since they could not find Ditian, they decided to flatten the mysterious sky world first. Chapter 1973. The 8 Divine Emperors came in a threatening manner. In order to shorten the time, they used the Space Emperor treasure, a space-shuttling treasure ship. They worked together and headed straight for the mysterious sky world. Only the 8 Divine Emperors and some ancient powers could afford to do so. Most people in the Divine World agreed that the 8 Divine Emperors would go against the mysterious sky world. Ditian's name resounded like thunder in the ears of everyone in the God realm, but no one liked this person. Of the more than 100 great continents, quite a few had suffered calamities, and all of them were related to Dtion. Now that someone was going to deal with Dtion, everyone wanted to see Dtion suffer. Many people wanted to watch the show. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and they did not have a space shuttling treasure. They could only shake their heads and miss a great opportunity. 10 days later, the 8 divine emperors arrived outside the mysterious sky world. Everyone was angry that Dtion had chased the 8 major sects out. The only one who was not angry was the creation divine emperor. Compared to the benefits they had now, it was nothing. Once the 8 divine emperors arrived, they released the troops they brought and surrounded the mysterious sky world. In order to flatten the mysterious sky world, the 8 divine emperors brought many troops. Each clan had a few thousand ultimate gods and more than 10 divine emperors. The 8 clans had about 50 to 60,000 ultimate gods and about 80 divine emperors. As for divine kings, the 8 divine emperors did not bring them. With such a force, it was enough to flatten the mysterious sky world. It would be best if Dtion hid in the mysterious sky world. This time, he would not be able to escape. In the mysterious sky world, all 8 positions were guarded. The 8 divine emperors gathered together and after a discussion, each went to a position. Even a mosquito would not be able to escape from their hand. Attack! They would not say anything. After surrounding the mysterious sky world, they would attack. This was what they had discussed before they came. Attack! A few thousand ultimate gods led by the divine emperors rushed towards the mysterious sky world. The creation divine emperor transmitted a message to his subordinate. When you rush in, don't do anything. Just stand still. These subordinates were very smart and knew what to do. Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely restrain my subordinates and not mess around. The creation divine emperor waved his hand. You can go now. This was a message from Dtion. The creation divine sovereign was also very surprised. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, there are more than 50,000 ultimate gods among the 8 divine emperors this time, excluding me. I wonder how you're going to stop them. The overall strength of the profound sky world was not strong. The number of godly venerable experts could be counted on one hand. The fortune divine emperor was very curious. Did Dtion personally make a move, or did he have some other trump card? The fortune divine emperor trusted Dtion's words, and he didn't want his subordinates to waste their strength. As for the other god emperors, the fortune divine emperor wasn't interested in reminding them. There was a group of people rushing out from each of the 8 directions. The combination of the 8 auras was extremely terrifying. In the next second, they all disappeared in front of everyone. A spatial formation. God Sovereign Jing Yi frowned. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but he couldn't find his subordinates. He knew that they had encountered a spatial formation. Pantheon Divine Emperor sneered. Humph, even if it's a spatial array, it needs to be controlled by someone. We have tens of thousands of ultimate gods and 80 to 90 divine emperors, yet we still can't break a spatial array. Dtion is just bluffing. Demon Mystic Divine Emperor laughed. Maybe the array will be broken in the next moment. No one cared about the profound sky world. Little did they know, at that moment in another space, the Zhengyi sect's divine emperor led a group of godly venerable experts into another space. There were no signs of life in these spaces, and there was a depressing aura everywhere. The leader was a heaven god emperor who calmly said, "Everyone, don't worry. This is just a spatial array of Dtion. As long as we break the array, we will naturally return to the outside world." The heaven god emperor was prepared to break the array himself. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a uniform sound came from the space. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared in front of them. As the shadow appeared in front of them, the god emperors of Zhengyi sect were shocked as they stared at the figure that appeared in front of them. How is this possible? That dark shadow appeared in front of everyone's vision under the leadership of a god emperor. So many ultimate gods, How did Tion get them? That group of ultimate gods with their soaring aura came head-on, scaring the ultimate gods of Jing, sect so much that their limbs began to weaken. How many are there? There must be at least 300,000 to 400,000, maybe even more. We are finished. What are you fighting for? The ultimate gods who were previously proud were all pale, as if they had been hit in the head. If it was only 1,000 or 2,000, they would not care. But now it was a complete one-sided massacre. Kill without mercy, leave no one alive. Boom! The crowd surged over like a black torrent and instantly drowned everyone. Run! At that moment, even the Heaven God Emperor's face was pale. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Even ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them. He abandoned the people behind him and tried to break out. At that moment the array was opened. How could they let the Heaven God Emperor out? He returned to this space in the next second. The black mass of the ultimate god army charged over. Wherever they went, they took the lives of Hierophants one after another, leaving behind Hierophant-grade godhead. Several thousand Hierophants were annihilated in less than a dozen breaths' time. Even the heavenly deity Emperor was exhausted to death by the Hierophant masters. At that moment the other sects were the same. Their armies suffered a devastating blow, and not a single one was left alive. The Fortune Gate's divine emperors were so scared that their limbs went soft when they saw the dark ultimate god army, and they collapsed to the ground. Hundreds of thousands of ultimate gods gathered together was a terrifying force that made one's scalp go numb. We are the Fortune Gate Divine Emperor's men. The leading divine emperor hurriedly explained. He finally understood what the Lord meant. Attack the mysterious sky world? What a joke, they should go home and sleep. Didn't they see the dark ultimate god army that was like a black torrent? Any attack could wipe them out. Divine emperors? It was the same. Stay here obediently. A cold voice came from the other side, which made the Fortune Gate divine emperors heave a sigh of relief. No more fighting, no more fighting. The 8 divine emperors were waiting for news. With such a force, sweeping through the entire profound sky world would be a piece of cake. Time passed, second by second. The mysterious sky world was quiet. The array formation outside did not seem to have been breached. Now, the 8 god emperors had a bad feeling. Could something have happened? Chapter 1974. It was an overwhelming battle. Lin Fei had expected it from the beginning. After all, the 8 great divine emperors did not bring many people with them. Although a few thousand ultimate gods were a lot, it was nothing compared to the millions of ultimate gods he brought with him. It was normal for him to crush them. From the moment the 8 divine emperors wanted to attack the mysterious sky world, the outcome was destined. No one could change it. The 8 divine emperors could be the vanguard, but would they be willing to do so? They would not do it, nor could they put down their pride. It was already embarrassing to bully the weak, let alone to do it themselves. The 8 divine emperors did not think Tion would be in the mysterious sky world. Tion's appearance was more or less unnatural. Tion, don't think that we don't know how strong the mysterious sky world is. With your men, you can resist the vanguard we sent out. Myriad Demon Divine Emperor sneered. Do you really think that we are blind? If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Creation Divine Emperor thought. Everyone is indeed blind. Since they have come out, the people inside must have been dealt with. Mysterious Demon Divine Emperor said coldly. That's right. Besides you, what else can your mysterious sky world do? It's nothing more than a spatial formation to trap them. Don't think that we don't know that you are just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. No one believed that the pinnacle experts they sent out would die inside. Lin Fei laughed. You are all old. It's the era of the young. With your men, you dare to take over the mysterious sky world? I feel embarrassed for you. Isn't it just an ultimate god? Who doesn't have one? My ultimate god army. Come out and let everyone see the power of the mysterious sky world. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a sharp aura soared into the sky. The 8 divine emperors were secretly surprised by this aura. A black flood appeared behind Dtion. It was a black mass, and they were in an orderly formation. They formed a surging aura that swept towards Dtion. Mighty divine army! Mighty divine army! Their voices reverberated between the heavens and earth. At that moment, the 8 divine emperors' faces changed. The black torrent was like a beast bearing its sharp fangs. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. How is this possible? There are so many ultimate gods. There are at least 4 to 5 million ultimate gods. Where did Dtion get them from? Our men are finished. Damn Dtion, we've been tricked. The 8 celestial emperors were dumbfounded. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Even they felt powerless against millions of ultimate god experts. Such a force was enough to defeat any power in the divine world. At the very least, it could severely injure the other party. Young god emperors and even earth god emperors, if they were trapped by such a great army, would die without a doubt. They could not imagine how Dtion managed to create such an ultimate god army. Even they might not be able to gather such an army of godly venerable rank experts. Godly venerable rank experts were not cabbages like divine gods, but the backbone of the divine world. The 8 divine emperors' initial confidence was smashed to smithereens by the godly venerable army. He had lost all his face today. He had come with such an imposing manner. Thousands of ultimate gods and god emperors had been sacrificed for nothing. That's why I said that you are all blind. The mysterious sky world is not something you can deal with. Lin Fei smiled. He was very satisfied with the godly venerable army. It was a deterrent force. Now, you have to do it yourselves. Lin Fei said again. I'll accompany you to the end. Isn't it just a godly venerable army? I can destroy most of them. The all-demon divine emperor was furious. His boundless ferocious aura surged. You ran away last time. Let's see where you can run to today. The all-demon divine emperor's all-demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Their tamed battle pets had been eaten by the divine beast primordial evil dragon. How could they not be distressed after hundreds of years of taming? The all-demon divine emperor directly attacked. Demonic chariot. A golden chariot descended. Boundless divine emperor aura swept out and collided with the other party. Path of death. A black path of death appeared in the void. It connected heaven and earth and blasted in Dtion's direction. Since Dtion had appeared, they decided to attack directly. Take down Dtion first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The 8 divine emperors, including the divine emperor that they brought along, instantly arrived at an empty starry sky. At that moment, they were very far away from the mysterious sky world. It's just a battle. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei laughed. Hairball, do it. Without anything to worry about, Lin Fei's fighting spirit soared. Roar, roar, roar. Harry Ball's true form appeared. The pressure of a divine beast was boundless. He charged headfirst into the path of death, and with a swipe of his sharp claws, countless marks appeared on the demon Luan war chariot, which was a divine emperor treasure. This caused the Pantheon demon emperor, who was standing on it, to emit a cold light. Despicable divine beast, die. The all-demon divine emperor also returned to his original body. It was a giant crocodile with a huge body. It emitted a fierce divine emperor aura. The 2 behemoths kept colliding, shattering the void. Jingyi, what are you waiting for? Mysterious demon god emperor controlled the godly emperor treasure, the path of death, and continuously smashed it towards Dtion, bringing with it waves of cold wind. This cold wind was extremely vicious, and it tore through Dtion's body. How dare you take out a mere divine emperor treasure? Lin Fei stepped forward. He took out the black myriad demon pagoda and smashed it on the path of death, creating a huge gap in the path of death. Dtion, you are shameless. The path of death was smashed. The endless sinister wind was smashed. The mysterious demon divine emperor was so angry that he scolded Tion for being shameless. I am shameless. So what? The myriad demon pagoda released a terrifying divine emperor aura and smashed it on the mysterious demon divine emperor. Boom boom boom. The mysterious demon divine emperor blocked 3 consecutive attacks. He kept vomiting blood. The path of death was also broken into several pieces. Its power was greatly reduced. Overwhelming righteousness soared. Another Godemperor's treasure slashed down. The vast, awe-inspiring righteousness suppressed all the ghosts in the world. This was God Emperor Jingyi's attack. He definitely couldn't watch God Emperor Xian Mo be defeated. The overwhelming righteousness sword flew out and slashed. As soon as the sword of overwhelming righteousness appeared, Lin Fei could feel that it was extraordinary. Awe-inspiring righteousness! How dare you take it out? The sword slashed down, but it stopped in mid-air. Wash it. Time continued to pass. With this swipe, the overwhelming righteousness continued to weaken. In just a moment, the overwhelming righteousness sword's vitality was greatly damaged, and it completely lost its power. Lin Fei didn't plan to hide the fact that he had mastered the time bloodline. First, they had to heavily injure Divine Emperor Zheng Yi's sword of overwhelming righteousness. It was something that Divine Emperor Zheng Yi had been refining day and night, and it was like his most precious treasure. Thus, it had taken away 30% of Divine Emperor Zheng Yi's power. Damn you, Tion! You've actually cultivated your time bloodline to the great accomplishment realm. God King Zheng Yi was on the verge of cursing. A moment of carelessness had caused his overwhelming righteous sword to be severely damaged. Today I will give everyone a big gift. Have a good taste. Chapter 1975. In an instant, an invisible great terror shrouded the hearts of the 8 god emperors. Oh no! No one who could become a god emperor was simple. No matter how fast they were, the endless great terror swept over and drowned them in it. The demon chariot was blown away, almost deformed. The road of death was no more. The sword of overwhelming righteousness was full of holes, living up to its great power. This was the first time Lin Fei had used the great destruction of time. This was the upgraded version of the previous secret skill. Its power was extraordinary, and its power was more terrifying than expected. For this, Lin Fei deliberately changed the place to use it. Otherwise, the mysterious sky world would probably be razed to the ground. A shuddering aura swept across the whole world. Even the saint god emperors were alarmed. This aura made people feel deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. Divine senses shot through the air, trying to find out what was going on and why there was such a frightening power. As soon as they entered this area, the aftershock of the power ran over their divine senses, and they all changed color. There is the aura of the 8 god emperors here. Could it be that they were fighting with Tion, and this is a secret skill attack they used? It can't be that Tion used it. Streams of divine senses communicated with each other. Such a power was indeed frightening. After thinking about it, only the 8 god emperors and Tion could do it. Outsiders could not make such a big scene. No matter how they searched, they could not find anything. They had no choice but to return and ask for information from other places, such as the 8 god emperors. Mysterious sky world, invincible palace. Lin Fei's face turned pale. Damn, this move consumes a lot of energy. I used 1/10 of my divinity points. The 8 god emperors were all top experts. Lin Fei had already thought about it. Since he was going to fight, he had to hit their arrogance hard. It would be best if he could beat them into submission. So, Lin Fei used a top-secret skill attack. This 1/10 of divinity points was also a huge number. Lin Fei was a little distressed. In order to hurt the 8 god emperors at once, he had to pay the price. After this battle, even if the 8 god emperors were given courage, they would not dare to act recklessly. So fast. Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, you almost killed me. The creation divine emperor snuck into the invincible palace dressed in tattered clothes. The moment he entered, he started to complain. At this moment, the creation divine emperor was no longer in high spirits. He was in a sorry state, and the divine armor on his body had been reduced to scrap. His complexion was also not very good. The Fortune Divine Sovereign didn't expect Di Tian to release such a big move, and it caught them off guard. None of the 8 god emperors were spared, and all of them were struck by the move. Lin Fei said, "Actually, I only comprehended it on the spur of the moment, so I didn't have time to inform you. Fellow Taoist creation, please don't take offense." The Fortune Divine Sovereign refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. If he didn't have a trump card, he would have been killed in a single move. This killer move was too ferocious, and he could be considered lucky that he was the furthest away from it. "The next time you use such a big move, you must inform me." The Fortune Divine Emperor inwardly rejoiced that he did not make a move at the Fortune Gate, otherwise, the entire Fortune Gate would no longer exist. "Don't worry, I will definitely inform you in advance next time," Lin Fei said. "This is a little compensation from me, it's nothing much." Lin Fei took out 150,000 portions of bloodline power. The Fortune Divine Emperor's eyes lit up, and he quickly retracted his bloodline power, as if he was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would take it back. He said, "Sigh, it's actually not that bad, I've already made preparations. As for the others, I'm afraid they will have to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time." Lin Fei didn't mind giving away some of his bloodline power. "It's a pity that I didn't manage to kill them in one go." Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, "If I had known earlier, I would have done it again." The Fortune Divine Emperor had seen all kinds of secret techniques, but he had never seen such a top-grade secret technique. It was simply too terrifying, and there was no place to hide, so he could only face it head-on. Just one attack was unbearable, not to mention a second attack. That was simply taking one's life. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, from today onwards, the 8 god emperors will not dare to openly attack you. The Fortune Divine Emperor said, "This time, you defeated us completely. Unless they become god emperors, they can only attack you in secret. I have to congratulate fellow Taoist." Lin Fei sighed lightly. "If they hadn't gone too far, I wouldn't have made them my enemy. This is destined, and no one can change it. If I don't show them my strength, they will deal with me. In 10 days to half a month, the other god emperors will send gifts over, lest you sweep through their sects." The Fortune Divine Emperor said. "Will they?" Lin Fei didn't think so. "I don't think it's possible." "They will. Why don't we make a small bet?" "Sure." The Fortune Divine Emperor's injuries weren't too serious, but he still needed to recuperate. Lin Fei decided to lend him a helping hand, using the power of time. The Fortune Divine Emperor was the first among the 8 god emperors to recover from his injuries. The Fortune Divine Emperor was also amazed by the power of time at the large success stage. There weren't many people who had seen a time bloodline at the large success stage. It was also the Fortune Divine Emperor's first time seeing it. No wonder it was a top-notch bloodline, it was indeed extraordinary. 1 month later, just as the Fortune Divine Emperor said, Jingyi Divine Emperor and the others sent a generous gift, and at the same time, they sent it secretly. They couldn't afford to lose face. It seemed like they had inquired about Lin Fei's preferences and sent him a heaven-ranked divine vein and a godhead. This made Lin Fei very happy. Lin Fei said bluntly, "Don't provoke me in the future." They naturally knew what to do when they brought this message back. Before there was an attack that could restrain a top-notch secret art, they had to swallow their anger. They had no choice but to accept it. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a generous gift. "I guessed correctly, right?" The Fortune Divine Emperor wasn't surprised at all. At their position, there was nothing they couldn't guess. Although the current profound sky world was lacking in god emperors, there weren't many families in the entire divine world that had a core force, unless they joined forces. I'm impressed. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "This is 200,000 portions of bloodline power." Right now, the only thing that the Fortune Divine Sovereign was interested in was bloodline power. "I won't stand on ceremony, I'll accept it." The Fortune Divine Emperor kept the bloodline power, with the power of time at the large success stage. "Fellow Taoist can cultivate whatever you want, it's really admirable. This consumes a lot of divine power, otherwise I wouldn't go around buying heaven-ranked divine veins. It can't sustain the consumption." Lin Fei complained bitterly. The Fortune Divine Emperor stayed for a few more days before leaving. Before leaving, he bought another 1,000,000 portions of bloodline power, using the time to slowly refine them. Chapter 1977. The matter of the 8 divine emperors against Di Tian quietly came to an end. The ancient powers warned their disciples not to offend Di Tian and not to cause trouble in the mysterious sky world. Even the ancient powers could see how terrifying that battle was. This Di Tian had an extremely terrifying combat power that could contend against the 8 divine emperors. There were even spies under the 8 divine emperors who spread the news that the divine emperors had gone out to train in seclusion. These few simple words made it clear that the 8 divine emperors had suffered at Di Tian's hands. Otherwise, why would they go out to train in seclusion and not dare to come back? There were many ways to do this. No one dared to say anything else. They were right. The divine emperors were injured. After this battle, Lin Fei received a generous gift from the divine emperors. It was necessary to expand his forces. The number of godly venerable ones increased again. From the original 6 million godly venerable ones, it had increased to 30 million godly venerable ones. Using the system to summon them, Lin Fei's death would not hurt. After all, they were just cannon fodder. Of course, they were much more powerful than cannon fodder and could drown the divine emperors. The only pity was that there were too few divine emperors. Unable to summon powerful divine emperors, there were only 6 divine emperors guarding the mysterious sky world. While Lin Fei was quietly expanding his forces, the structure of the divine world was changing again. The fight for the destiny list had begun. The destiny list was changing every day. Gradually, a few powerful forces were formed. The leaders of these forces were all in the top 10 of the destiny list. Behind them were various forces of various sizes, forming a huge interest group. Once these destiny characters became divine emperors, the interest groups behind them would also be conferred titles and would play a pivotal role in the divine world. Apart from the 8 divine emperors, a few more powerful forces suddenly appeared. They controlled the continents and took in the troop. The divine world was in a mess. There were more than 100 continents. Taking advantage of the absence of the 8 divine emperors, they quietly swallowed up the continents under their control. They broke through to more than 10 continents and even more than 20 continents. This also formed a huge force. This had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He was refining his bloodline every day. The 18 primordial doppelgangers were all raised to the godly venerable realm. Now, they were only one step away from advancing their bloodline to the great success realm. The vast divine power was being consumed very quickly. Now that Lin Fei was rich, he could afford to suffer. The time of great success was the most suitable for cultivation. In just a few short months, a few of the 18 primordial world clones had reached the great completion realm. For example, water controller, fire controller, wind controller, etc. Any controller's power was comparable to the sacred god emperor. After mastering the great accomplishment bloodline power, one's strength would soar like a rocket. Ordinary god emperors would not be able to withstand it. This was how Lin Fei cultivated. The Tianxi Shen Huang is here. While Lin Fei was quietly cultivating, the Tianxi Divine Emperor came to visit. Lin Fei came out of seclusion and personally received the Tianxi Shen Huang. Senior brother has to congratulate junior brother for making a name for himself in a single battle. Divine Emperor Tianzi cupped his hands and congratulated. Look at what senior brother is saying. I was also forced. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Who asked them to come looking for trouble with me? Since I made a move, I should beat them until they are in pain, lest they come looking for trouble in the future. Senior brother, don't you think so? When the Tianzi Shen Huang heard the news, he did not believe it. After the incident, the 8 great god emperors and divine emperors disappeared, which showed the authenticity of the news. Now listening to Lin Fei, the Tianzi Shen Huang completely believed that the 8 great god emperors had suffered a loss in front of his junior brother. And it was a big loss. The 8 great god emperors are not good people. Junior brother, you did well. The Tianzi Shen Huang agreed with this statement. Only by beating people up would they be afraid of you. Thank you for the praise, senior brother. Lin Fei smiled. Senior brother, you have come all the way here. Did something happen? Lin Fei had always been very direct when talking to the Tianzi Shen Huang. The 3 of us discussed and decided to send people to attack a restricted area in the divine realm. The Tianzi Shen Huang said. I heard that there are treasures left behind by our infernal realm experts in the restricted area. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. You want to invite me over? The Tianzi Shen Huang nodded. Junior brother's strength is strong. How can you be absent from attacking the restricted area? We have discussed it. As long as junior brother participates, we don't want anything, including godheads and things like divine veins. Almost everyone in the divine realm knew that Lin Fei did not like other things except for godheads and divine veins. When will we set off? 1 month later. The Tianzi Shen Huang said. We will gather our troops. I agree. Lin Fei also planned to attack a restricted area in the divine realm. From the Fortune Divine Emperor, he learned that the restricted areas in the divine realm were rich in resources. Once he occupied one, the harvest would be unimaginable. Lin Fei was not interested in resources. He was only interested in godheads, divine veins, and emperor artifacts. Attacking a restricted area required tyrannical strength. Lin Fei could not do it alone. Now that he had an army of 30 million godly venerable experts, it was enough to crush a restricted area. Without the Tianzi Shen Huang's invitation, Lin Fei also planned to make a trip to the divine realm and occupy a restricted area. He wanted to plant a spy in the divine realm. After discussing with the Tianzi Shen Huang, Lin Fei and the Tianzi Shen Huang decided to meet at a place in the divine realm. This time, Lin Fei brought 25 million godly venerables and left 5 million godly venerables to control the spatial array. Then, he would go to the divine realm in a grandiose manner. The stronger one's strength was, the more those restless powers would fear them and not dare to act recklessly. Lin Fei rode on the primordial evil dragon with an army of godly venerables behind him. It was a valiant sight. When such an army entered the divine realm, the Shen Huang of the nearest continent was shocked. What a valiant army! The visual impact was too strong. There were many godly venerables in a continent, but there were only a few 100,000 of them. More than 1 million godly venerables were very powerful. Now there were more than 20 million godly venerables. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp go numb. Any continent that went through such an army would definitely become a scene of locusts gnawing on it. These Shen Huang could not sit still. They took the initiative to send gifts, afraid that Di Tian would wreak havoc in the continent. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony with the gift. He accepted them along the way. Every continent he passed by, the Shen Huang came out to send gift. They were scared. They could not believe that Di Tian would bring an army to the divine realm. This was different from the previous time. Such an army was not something that could be gathered by just anyone. It was definitely a terrifying force. The news spread to all the forces in the divine realm. Chapter 1978. Just like that, Lin Fei led the godly venerable army across the continents of the divine realm. Full of vigor, no matter who it was, they had to admit that Di Tian had the strength to fight against them. Previously, they had to admit that Di Tian was strong. He was strong alone, but not as strong as their entire sect. Now, an army of ultimate gods was undoubtedly telling everyone that Di Tian was not only strong, but he also had an army of ultimate gods that was enough to destroy any force. Lin Fei was telling everyone not to provoke him. Jingyi's sect, deep in the void. Emperor Jingyi's face was abnormally pale. Ever since returning from that battle, Emperor Jingyi had been recuperating. The remnant time power in his body was constantly destroying his divine body. It was not something that could be recovered in a short time. Di Tian, that bastard! He had lost count of the number of times he had cursed. Even Emperor Jingyi himself could not remember. Every time he recalled the scene that day, Emperor Jingyi was filled with anger. However, he had no way to vent his anger and could only suppress it in his heart. Great success in spatial power. Great success in time power. Both were terrifying. Emperor Jingyi had experienced it firsthand. At that moment, a message came from Emperor Immortal Emperor. Emperor Jingyi's face turned even uglier when he saw the message. A cold light flashed in his eyes. An army of over 20 million ultimate gods. What kind of joke is this? Previously, an army of a few million ultimate gods had made Emperor Jingyi serious. Now, another ultimate god army with more than 20 million soldiers had appeared? Isn't this a little too terrifying? Emperor Jingyi released his divine senses and looked in the dark. Indeed, he saw a mighty army crossing the continents of the divine world. This guy is too shameless. He actually hid such a trick. At this moment, God Emperor Jingyi secretly rejoiced that he had delivered such a generous gift. It could be considered a disaster averting. It's better not to show up for the time being. Emperor Jingyi retracted his divine senses and no longer cared about this matter. He let Di Tian continue to be arrogant. The 8 divine emperors knew about it. No one came out to take revenge on Di Tian. Their injuries had not healed yet. Wouldn't they suffer if they came out? The terrifying attack brought by the time power. They didn't want to try it again. The Fortune Divine Emperor, who was the only one who had fully recovered from his injuries, was shocked once again. Where did this guy get such an army? Even if someone thought of the divine spark, they would not think that it was possible to create an ultimate god with the divine spark. In just a few days, Lin Fei collected a large number of godheads. Just hierarch godheads alone, he collected tens of millions of godheads, countless god kings and heavenly gods, and quite a number of divine veins. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. On the other hand, outside the entrance of a restricted area, the Tianxi Divine Emperor and the others were all waiting for Di Tian, their junior brother. The power of space and time would be of great help in attacking the Forbidden Zone. Fellow Taoist Slaughter, when will your junior brother come? We can't keep waiting like this. It's more important to attack the Forbidden Area. This time, the Massacre God Sovereign had contacted some God Sovereigns to attack the Forbidden Zone together. There is strength in numbers. Those who could become divine emperors were all arrogant people. Not everyone would submit to anyone. For example, the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor was a Saint God Sovereign with a bad temper. He especially disliked juniors, especially people like Di Tian. After all, Di Tian's name was very famous in the entire divine realm, overshadowing the older generation. Naturally, the older generation was not convinced. The Massacre God Sovereign said, "He'll be back soon." The Tianxi Divine Emperor and the 100 Flowers Divine Emperor were a little worried about their junior brother Di Tian. According to the situation, he should be coming. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor said expressionlessly, "This old man will wait for another incense stick's time at most. If he doesn't come, this old man will turn around and leave." Several divine emperors behind him also supported the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor. The Tianxi Divine Emperor was secretly unhappy. This Heavenly Star Divine Emperor was really a good-for-nothing. What was so great about having more people? Attacking a forbidden zone required not only divine emperors but also ultimate gods. In the Forbidden Zone, there were a large number of Forbidden Zone ink corpses. They were invulnerable and difficult to kill. This required a large number of people to attack. Ultimate gods were the ones to deal with the devil corpses. The Infernal Realm brought a total of 200,000 ultimate gods and the rest of the divine emperors. Among them, the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor brought a total of 800,000 ultimate gods. He was the one with the most people present, so he had the confidence to speak. The Massacre God Sovereign was unwilling to offend the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor at this time. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor took up a quarter of the 3 million ultimate gods. The incense sticks time passed quickly. Dtion's figure had yet to appear. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor was impatient. He did not like Dtion in the first place. He was purely a destructive person in the divine realm. If it was not for the Massacre God Sovereign's sincere invitation, the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor would not have agreed to this matter. The fact that the Massacre God Sovereign valued his junior brother Dtion so much undoubtedly made the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor very uncomfortable. He's not here yet. Let's forget about attacking the Forbidden Zone. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor said, "This old man doesn't have that much time to waste here." The Infernal Realm was very powerful in the past. Now that it was no longer the same, the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor had nothing to fear. The Tianxi Divine Emperor did not want the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor to leave. The 800,000 ultimate gods were very important to attacking the Forbidden Zone. He quickly said, "Taoist Heavenly Star, can you wait a little longer? Perhaps my junior brother will arrive soon. This old man has waited for a long time, but your junior brother has not appeared. This old man can't possibly keep this old man waiting." The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor said in a deep voice, "Unless you take out 20% of the benefits in your hands, this old man will leave now and the attack on the Forbidden Zone will be nullified." A trace of anger flashed in the Tianxi Divine Emperor's eyes. This was clearly forcing them to hand over 20% of the benefits in their hand. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor, what do you mean by this? The 100 Flowers Divine Emperor stared at the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor with a frosty face. They did not expect the Heavenly Star Divine Emperor to be so shameless as to threaten them to hand over the benefits. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor did not take the 100 Flowers Divine Emperor seriously. This old man is not forcing you. Attacking the Forbidden Zone is not a small matter. Everyone, don't you think so? There were voices of agreement behind. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor did not take the 3 Divine Emperors of the Infernal World seriously. Now was the opportunity to force them to hand over the benefits in their hand. When the time came to attack the Forbidden Zone, most of the benefits would belong to them. As the instigator, the Massacre Divine Emperor would get 30% of the benefits according to the rules. If he took out 20%, no matter what happened in the end, the infernal world would suffer a great loss. The Tianxi Divine Emperor and the 100 Flowers Divine Emperor were very angry. This was blackmail. If they really handed over 20% of the benefits, why would the infernal world attack the Forbidden Zone? In any case, this old man will give you a choice. Either hand over 20% of the benefits, or I will leave with my people, and you attack the Forbidden Zone yourself. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor calculated that the Massacre Divine Emperor would definitely agree. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, orderly sounds came from heaven and earth. Chapter 1979. What's that? It seems to be an ultimate god's aura. It's a little different. The Divine Emperors discussed among themselves. When the figures turned into a black torrent, the Divine Emperors' faces became solemn. This, an ultimate god army. Whose force is this? Are they going to attack us? The Divine Emperors were frightened. The black torrent made their scalps tingle. The place where they came from happened to be where they were. Be on guard. The heavenly star divine emperor's heart sank and quickly put his people on guard. No matter who the other party was, they could not afford to offend them. An army of tens of millions of ultimate gods could easily drown them. To be able to command such an army, the person must have a powerful background. The massacred divine emperor and the others frowned. Since when did the divine realm have such an ultimate god army? Will they come for the forbidden area we're watching? The Tianxi divine emperor whispered, if they target this forbidden area, it'll be bad for us. Tell our men not to attack. The massacred divine emperor said in a low voice, we can't afford to offend such a force. Although the number of ultimate gods in the entire infernal realm had increased, it was still about 1 million. The ultimate god army in front of them numbered at least tens of millions. They were also a top force in the divine realm, and could not afford to offend them. The black torrent kept moving forward. The aura that came rushing at them was very shocking. No matter who it was, they could not stand the pressure. It was too terrifying. There seems to be someone in front. He seems to be standing on a mount. Someone's eyes lit up as they saw a figure in front. To be able to stand at the front of the black torrent, he must be the leader. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at him. It's him. Some people with sharp eyes recognized who the person was. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Tian, he's Tian. Someone exclaimed. Even though Tian was very famous, he was still a lone ranger. They could hardly believe it. It was true. Tian, who was alone, had brought an army with him. It was an ultimate god army with more than 10 million soldiers. It was absolutely terrifying. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor's eyes widened. There was only one thought in his mind. How can it be true? It's little junior brother, the Tianxi Divine Sovereign exclaimed excitedly, his previous nervousness gone. Amazing. Truly amazing. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor could not help but say. The expressionless face of the massacred deity emperor also revealed a hint of joy. Master's eyes are really right. Our little junior brother has a lot of secrets, massacred deity emperor said. Divine Emperor Tianxi flew over. Little junior brother, you're finally here. Someone is rushing you. As soon as Divine Emperor Tianxi came up, he secretly winked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry I'm late. I've made senior brother wait for so long. Not late, not at all. Everyone, don't you think so? Divine Emperor Tianxi had been holding back his anger for a long time, so he emphasized the last few words. The Celestial Star Divinity Emperor looked embarrassed. He did not expect Tian to bring an ultimate god army. He thought it was great that he brought 800,000 ultimate gods, but it was nothing compared to the current situation. The Divinity Emperors present were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They immediately changed the topic and flattered Tian. They all agreed with Divine Emperor Tianxi's words. Did someone get impatient just now? Lin Fei suddenly said as his sharp eyes swept over. Lin Fei looked at the people present and knew what happened. Otherwise, Divine Emperor Tianxi would not have winked at him. Taoist, Celestial Star, what do you say? Divine Emperor Tianxi had a lot of resentment towards Divine Emperor Tianxi. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed dryly. Actually, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Now that the people are here, we can set off. When Divine Emperor Tianxi said that, Lin Fei knew that Divine Emperor Tianxi was up to something. Otherwise, Divine Emperor would not have asked that. There's no hurry to attack the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei suddenly said, I really want to know what happened just now. It seems that someone is using me as an excuse. Divine Emperor Tianxi thought that it was not good. Tian was looking for trouble with him. If he had known that Tian would bring so many people, he would not have said those words. Now, he had offended both sides. Taoist Heavenly Star, It's better if you say it yourself. Lin Fei stared at Divine Emperor Tianxi. Divine Emperor Tianxi did not want to lose face in front of a junior and snorted. What do you want me to say? It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? If you mind, I'll take my people and leave now. Why leave when you haven't made things clear? Lin Fei blocked in front of him. The Forbidden Zone can't run away. Make things clear first. The other divinity emperors had long heard that Di Tian was arrogant. Now they finally experienced it. Divine Emperor Tianxi laughed. Junior brother, you don't know. Before we came, Taoist Heavenly Star threatened us to hand over 20% of the benefits or we would not attack the Forbidden Zone. How can there be such a person? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You old thing, you're quite bold to use me as an excuse. You're really capable. Just based on your 800,000 ultimate gods. Kill, kill, kill. The ultimate gods behind Lin Fei shouted in unison. Their voices pierced the sky. The ultimate gods brought by Divine Emperor Tianxi were all frightened. What are you going to do? Divine Emperor Tianxi put on a strong front. Don't mess around. At that moment, Divine Emperor Tianxi completely panicked. You used me as an excuse to threaten my senior brother. For people like you, I can only give you 2 words. You're courting death. Lin Fei said coldly. Kill. Boom. The black torrent rushed into the area of the 800,000 ultimate gods and started a one-sided massacre. The 800,000 ultimate gods collapsed on the spot. Divine Emperor Tianxi watched helplessly as the 800,000 ultimate gods he brought were slaughtered. I'm going to kill you. Divine Emperor Tianxi was furious. A hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Divine Emperor Tianxi's neck. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. The passage of time was activated. With that swipe, Divine Emperor Tianxi seemed to have experienced 10,000 years and turned into an old man. He was on his last breath and disappeared in the passage of time, turning into dust. Lin Fei's attack broke everyone's imagination. A sacred god emperor was killed just like that, without any ability to resist. An inexplicable fear spread in the hearts of all the divine emperors. Di Tian must not be offended. They firmly warned themselves in their hearts that they would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Di Tian's strength was indeed well known. Tianxi Divine Emperor did not expect Lin Fei to really make a move. In just a moment, 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered, leaving behind 800,000 divine sparks. He could not help but gasp. His junior brother's killing intent was too strong. Celestial Star Divine Emperor, a saint god emperor, was killed just like that. How many people could do that? Tianxi Divine Emperor knew that he could not be so decisive. Chapter 1980. 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered. None of the invited divine emperors dared to leave, not even if they wanted to. What if they were killed when they left? Everyone chose to stay. With tens of millions of ultimate gods, they had a greater chance of attacking the Forbidden Zone. Who would be willing to leave such a good opportunity? Little junior brother is ruthless. Tianxi Divine Emperor did not know what to say. 800,000 ultimate gods were slaughtered just like that. The Heavenly Star Divine Emperor did not know what was good for him. He wanted to force them to hand over 20% of the benefits just because he had more people. You are my senior brothers. A divine emperor dared to be so arrogant. If I didn't kill him, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Lin Fei said fiercely. Moreover, this started because of me. That old thing deserves to die. The massacre divine emperor showed a rare smile. Little junior brother, you killed him well. If he admitted his mistake, I would have let him live. But he refused to admit his mistake, so he can't blame anyone else. The divine emperors agreed. Heavenly Star Divine Emperor's incident was just an interlude. Lin Fei's cruelty made the divine emperors realize that this junior who came later was not someone they could easily offend. No one had any objections to the arrangement of attacking the Forbidden Zone. They were there to reap some benefit. The Forbidden Zone is in front. The huge Forbidden Zone was filled with black fog, revealing an oppressive aura. This Forbidden Zone is called the Supreme Demon Emperor Forbidden Zone. It is said to be the place where a demon emperor died a long time ago. It is now occupied by a heaven-creating divine emperor, Tianzi Divine Emperor explained. We originally wanted to take the Forbidden Zone, but we were afraid there would be trouble. Now that we have little junior brother's troops, we can go straight to the root of the problem. The Massacre Divine Emperor and the other two did not specifically ask how the ultimate gods appeared. With more than 20 million ultimate gods joining them, attacking the Forbidden Zone would be much smoother. They were very grateful to Lin Fei for bringing such a group of troops. Let's not waste time. Let's attack now. Supreme Demon Emperor Forbidden Zone. It was an ancient name. No one in this era knew the origin of this demon emperor. A long time had passed. Who would remember a dead demon emperor? What's more, the inheritance was broken, needless to say. The Divine Emperor army brought by Lin Fei was not the vanguard. The vanguard was led by those deity emperors who used to be fence-sitters with their godly venerable subordinates as the vanguard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as they entered the forbidden area, a demonic might enveloped everyone's hearts. In the black mist, corpses appeared one after another. These corpses were not ordinary corpses, but demonic corpses that were impervious to swords and spears, making them extremely difficult to kill. Kill! In order to gain benefit, the Divine Emperor ordered the attack. One by one, the demonic corpses charged out. A murderous aura filled the air. A great battle ensued. The devil corpse was very powerful. They had a trace of demonic nature left behind by the demon emperor in their bodies, so their battles were especially crazy. They had the upper hand for a while. If a godly venerable rank wanted to deal with a demonic corpse, it would often take several godly venerable ranks to kill it. These demonic corpses are really not simple, Lin Fei said after looking at it. These demonic corpses were very tough and durable. They were not as easy to deal with as one would imagine. He's lived for a long time, so he's naturally not easy to deal with. The Tianzi Divine Emperor nodded and said, attacking a forbidden zone isn't a small matter. The demonic corpse is just the beginning. After that, there are the demonic eyes and demonic generals. Every time we attack the forbidden zone, we have to pay a huge price. Needless to say, Lin Fei could tell. The battle continued. More than 3 million godly venerable ranks suffered heavy losses. A day later, they lost hundreds of thousands of godly venerable rank. And that was just the beginning. The demonic corpses seemed endless as they kept appearing. Anyone who saw them would have a headache. After a break, they continued to attack. In order to attack the Forbidden Zone, everyone went all out. The Divine Emperors also began to take action personally, using their Divine Emperor treasures to attack the demonic corpses from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On this day, in the depths of the black mist, many demonic eyes appeared and shot out beams of light, injuring the godly venerable ranks on the spot. Those who were hit by the beams instantly turned into black mist. Not even their bones were left. Quickly, kill the demonic eyes. There are long-range attacks from the demonic eyes. We can't get in. The demonic eyes launched a destructive attack. Immediately, a divine emperor personally attacked and killed the huge demonic eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the depths, a huge golden demonic eye filled with a bloodthirsty aura shot out a sky full of Jingguang, shooting the Earth Divine Emperor like a hornet's nest. He died on the spot in the Forbidden Zone. Mutated demonic eyes. The Divine Emperor was Heavenly God Huang. At that moment, he also felt the power of the mutated demonic eyes. The Earth Divine Emperor's strength was easily killed by the mutated demonic eyes. I'll kill this kind of mutated demonic eyes. Lin Fei could see that the mutated demonic eye's full-range attack was indeed terrifying. Even the divine emperors could not withstand it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spatial blades slashed over one after another. The dense and indiscriminate attacks piled on the mutated demonic eye like a swarm of bees, and it could be considered as killing it. Lin Fei took the opportunity to kill the demonic eyes in the distance one by one. The strength of these demonic eyes is really not bad. It's almost equivalent to the attack of a peak ultimate god. If I also have a batch of such demonic eyes, whether it's in the mysterious Tianqian world or by my side, they would be powerful fighters. Lin Fei secretly thought. Little junior brother's spatial power is amazing. 100 Flowers Divine Emperor praised. No wonder the spatial bloodline is a top-notch bloodline. He could kill the mutated demonic eyes effortlessly from afar. He was much more powerful than them. They had to kill them personally. They could not avoid the sky full of attack. After dealing with the mutated demonic eyes, everyone continued to attack. During this period, Lin Fei personally dealt with any long-range demonic attack. On the third day, Lin Fei sent out the Ultimate God Army because they encountered the Demonic Corpse Army. There were millions of demonic corpses gathered in a square formation, and it was very terrifying. Lin Fei also understood why enough ultimate gods were needed to attack the Forbidden Zone. It would take a long time for a divine emperor to kill them. It was not so easy to conquer it alone. Along the way, Lin Fei had used up a lot of ultimate gods and lost a total of 5 million ultimate gods. The massacred Divine Emperor and the others also had a serious look on their faces. The Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden Zone was more dangerous than expected. If it were not for the ultimate gods brought by little junior brother, the ultimate gods they brought would probably be buried in the Forbidden Zone. A few days later, they encountered demonic generals. These were people who entered the Forbidden Zone a long time ago. Their divine senses were erased and only their killing intent was left. They killed anyone who broke in. The demonic generals were all divine emperors. Everyone personally took action and fought bloody battles. After 3 days, they killed all the divine generals. A huge palace appeared at the end of the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone Palace. The treasures were all in the Forbidden Zone Palace. Haha, the Forbidden Zone Palace. It is said that all the good things are in there. A divine emperor was eager to make a move. Before the others could react, he directly rushed into the Forbidden Zone. Trespassers die. At the entrance of the palace, a stone man suddenly moved. With a slash of the long saber in his hand, the Heaven Divine Emperor who rushed up was cut in half and fell from the sky. Chapter 1981. Only then did everyone notice that there were 2 statues standing on both sides of the entrance of the palace. No one had noticed the statue earlier. Who would have thought that the statue would kill? A heavenly deity emperor expert was killed with a single slash. His body was also split into 2. It was extremely terrifying. Back off. Everyone retreated and raised their guard. Fortunately, the stone man did not continue to attack and returned to his original position. There was no sign of life on his body at all. What a strange statue! The massacred deity emperor and the others were shocked. They didn't see that the statue could move. Although this thing is good, it's also life-threatening. Massacred deity emperor said coldly. The restless fellows gave up, their faces full of awkwardness. After all, just now they all wanted to be the first to rush into the palace. Fortunately, they were a step too late and did not follow in the footsteps of the other party. Killing Heavenly God Huang with a single slash, the statue's strength was extremely terrifying. Isn't it just a statue? Let's just attack from a distance. A deity emperor didn't think much of it. He activated a world and blasted it at the statue. The statue did not budge at all, allowing the attacks to hit it without harming it. This time, no one was angry. We're in trouble. He tried several methods, but none of them worked. Once a person stepped into a certain area, the statue would take the initiative to attack. It was an untraceable blade that was extremely sharp. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The statue's attack contains the power of space. That's why it can't be traced and can fool the divine senses of everyone here. In terms of spatial energy, Lin Fei was most familiar with it. Lin Fei had seen through the move just now. Little junior brother, do you have a way? Divine Emperor Tianxi hurriedly asked. Everyone turned to look at him. Just now, a few people went up, but they were all killed by the statue with a single slash. No one dared to go up again. It wasn't easy for them to kill their way to the entrance of the palace. If they couldn't enter, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their morale. There was a statue on each side, and no one was confident that they could dodge the attacks of both statues at the same time. They could only hope that Di Tian could come up with a plan. Let me try first. These two powerful statues were guarding it. Lin Fei was very interested in the things in the palace. If there were a large number of God-Emperor Godheads, then this trip would not have been in vain. Banish. Lin Fei's mastery of this move had reached the point of perfection. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The power of space engulfed the two statues, leaving them wide open. The statue was about to be sucked into it. The two statues remained motionless. This time, Lin Fei's expression changed. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Impossible, my large success in the power of space. How can two statues block it? Lin Fei used all his strength to activate it. His divine power burned, but the two statues didn't move at all. It was as if they were born to be in this position, and no one could move them. The others looked at it. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. Is this the power of space that has reached the great accomplishment stage? They could all feel how terrifying it was. If they were swept up by the power of space, it would be impossible for them to escape. They would be directly exiled. No, these two statues are too strange. Lin Fei shook his head and stopped. This was the first time he had been defeated in front of two statues. A trace of disappointment flashed in the massacred deity emperor's eyes. The Supreme Demon Emperor's forbidden zone has existed for an unknown period of time. It's not as easy as I thought to enter the palace. Around the immortal world, there were countless forbidden zones. Some were strong and some were weak. No one could guarantee that they would be able to get in easily. Like now. Let me try using the power of time. Lin Fei really wanted to fight with the statues, to see who was stronger. In a flash, he rushed to the door. Swoosh! The statue attacked with a saber, an untraceable saber. Great success in the power of space. As the saber flew over, Lin Fei's forehead twitched. Then, the power of time spread out, forming a perfect protective barrier. The statue's saber appeared and fell on the power of time, blocking it. What a terrifying saber! Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this saber. Only by mastering the power of space could the statue achieve such a level. It could kill in an instant. Not being able to find traces was tantamount to suicide. Even if Lin Fei's power of space was at the great success stage. Facing this saber just now, he couldn't find any trace of movement. It could be seen that the opponent's power of space was above his. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two statues on the left and right attacked again, one saber after another. Lin Fei returned to the outside. This statue has the help of the power of space. If you want to force your way in, no one can get in. Lin Fei said to the massacred deity emperor, but I can use the power of time to resist the attack. Everyone, rush in quickly. Lin Fei's words made the divine emperor's present fearful of what was inside the palace. There were two terrifying statues at the door. If there were a few more inside, it would be fatal. I think we'd better forget it. When we came in just now, we found a few side palaces. It should be easy to get in. Who knows how dangerous it is inside? Lin Fei snorted in his heart. A bunch of cowards. The massacred deity emperor said to Lin Fei, Little junior brother, I'm afraid there are many dangers inside this palace. Why don't you go in? If there are treasures from the hell world, Help us take out one of them. As a sacred god emperor, the massacre deity emperor had no confidence to break in. Me? Lin Fei was surprised. Yes, little junior brother. You have mastered the power of the top bloodline, and now you have reached the realm of great success. It's safer than us. The massacre deity emperor said eagerly. The massacre deity emperor could clearly sense the horror of the two statues at the door. If he went in, he might be killed on the spot. The Tianxi deity emperor and the 100 Flowers deity emperor said. Lin Fei was straightforward. I'll go in and have a look. If there's anything, I'll bring it out. The power of time opened the way. Lin Fei broke in, and the two statues did not stop him. He returned to his original place. Let's go somewhere else. Although the other deity emperors were envious, there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. No one knew what was going on inside this ancient forbidden area. It was better to explore the other palaces. It was better not to enter the main palace. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he saw a huge main palace. However, there were statues standing in the palace. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he launched an attack. Damn, it's really a trap. Although he had expected it, Lin Fei was still shocked. This was a trap. Whoever came in would be finished. Swoosh. Lin Fei moved back and forth, pushing the power of time to the limit, blocking wave after wave of attack. He also rushed forward. In the palace, there was a row of statues, giving off a murderous aura. Little junior brother, good skill. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Suddenly, at the end of the palace, there was a sound of applause, and the statues attacking him stopped. Chapter 1982. At the end of the palace. It was a throne. At this moment, there was a burly man looking over curiously. Only his aura of vicissitudes was very heavy, as if he had lived for a very long time. With a casual glance, he seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. The statues returned to normal. They lined up all the way to the throne. You are the Supreme Devil Emperor? Lin Fei asked. Seeing this burly man here, Lin Fei's first impression was that he was the Supreme Devil Emperor. The Forbidden Zone was created by the Devil Emperor's tyrannical mission. They were unwilling to die and turned into the Forbidden Zone, trying to live on, generation after generation. I have not heard of this name for a very long time. The burly man stood up. His body was like an endless mountain, and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. To think that there is still someone who knows the name of the Supreme Devil Emperor. Lin Fei secretly raised his guard. It was really the Supreme Devil Emperor. Although the burly man in front of him did not reveal any aura, Lin Fei felt like he was facing a ferocious tiger. Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. Junior Lin Fei greets Senior. Lin Fei cupped his hands. Towards this kind of existence who had lived for a very long time, Lin Fei still gave him face. It has been a very long time since anyone came here. You are the first person in the past 10 million years. The Supreme Devil Emperor looked at Lin Fei and said, Has no one ever come here before? Lin Fei asked. The Supreme Devil Emperor pointed at the statues. Do you know this statue? Lin Fei did not guess it, but he felt that it was pointing at something. I don't know. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in front of a statue and explained, This is an invincible God Emperor from the era of God Emperor Fei Yang. He pointed at another statue. That is an invincible God Emperor from the era of the 3 Devil Emperors. And there is another statue. It is an invincible God Emperor from the era of the 6 Brahma God Emperors. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and his heart tightened. You refine them into statues? Lin Fei finally understood why there was a statue. So this was the reason why he had the great accomplishment spatial force. The Supreme Devil Emperor said unhurriedly as he recalled, a long, long time ago. I dominated one era after another. In that era, no one was a match for me. Even an invincible God Emperor was killed by me. Unfortunately, in the end, I was unable to defeat the heavenly Dao. Left with no other choice, I transformed into a forbidden area, struggling at death's door. I lived one life after another. However, some people wanted to take the treasures from my forbidden area. Regretfully, they were unable to do so. We can only stay here. Lin Fei no longer dared to underestimate the Supreme Devil Emperor in front of him. The statues here seemed to be invincible divine emperors. Their strength might be on par with divine emperors, but in the end, they were refined into statues. Lin Fei said in a deep voice, "In that case, it's impossible for me to leave this place. You can give it a try," the Supreme Demon Emperor said with a smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei communicated with the location outside and planned to use space movement to leave the palace. With this connection, the outside world was completely isolated. Lin Fei went back and forth, but he was still trapped in this palace. He couldn't get out. In my forbidden area, the space is sealed. No one can leave unless I'm willing to let them go, the Supreme Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei looked down on this guy several times in his heart. How sinister, the Supreme Devil Emperor said slowly. Actually, this is also your luck, Lin Fei. In my forbidden area, there are all kinds of treasures. Even Emperor treasures are like cabbages. Lin Fei understood a certain expert from the underworld. He coveted the things in the Supreme Devil Emperor's forbidden area, and in the end, he died. Since the Supreme Devil Emperor said so, Lin Fei was very clear that if he wanted to leave, the Supreme Devil Emperor would have to open the forbidden area himself. Then how can I leave? The Supreme Demon Sovereign sat back on the throne. You have both the space and time bloodlines, and you have cultivated them to the great accomplishment realm. You are a peerless genius. In the future, you will be an invincible God Emperor. My request is actually very simple. As long as you can block my attack and not be killed by me, you can get a treasure for 1 day. If you can last 2 days, you can get 2. As long as you can last 10 days, I will open the forbidden area and let you leave. Still want to fight? Lin Fei looked down on the Supreme Devil Emperor. Senior, isn't it difficult for you to be strong? My current realm can't be compared to yours. If you attack, won't you be able to kill me instantly? Lin Fei said unhappily. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of shameless person. You are now at the Small God Emperor realm, so I will fight with you at the Small God Emperor realm. I won't use any extra power. If you really force me to use a bit more power, consider it my loss. Are you satisfied now? The Supreme Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei was very helpless. The Supreme Devil Emperor had already said so. What else could he do? The entire forbidden area was sealed, and it was easier said than done for him to leave. He suppressed his realm to the Small God Emperor realm. Maybe this is my chance. He wants to collect the spoils of war, but he might not succeed. Lin Fei secretly tried the system. Divine power could still be converted, and there were no restrictions. This was also an advantage. How about it if you agree? I can prepare for you. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. If you want, I can immediately kill you and refine you into a statue. But don't worry, with your top-notch dual bloodline, I will put you in front of my throne. Lin Fei could see that this Supreme Devil Emperor had nothing better to do. Anyone who entered would be killed. Isn't it just a battle? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei said solemnly, but you have to let me prepare. Wait until I'm at my peak state before we start. Great. The Supreme Devil Emperor waved his hand, and a god vein landed in front of Lin Fei, filled with a dense aura. A small saint-rank god vein. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Last time at Celestial Worthy Mountain, he got 2 god veins. He didn't expect the Supreme Devil Emperor in front of him to directly throw one out and let him prepare. This was too extravagant. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of people, so he put away the saint-rank god vein. It would be very useful at the crucial moment. Lin Fei used a day to adjust his state. I'm done. The Supreme Devil Emperor walked down from the throne, and his aura suppressed to the small God-Emperor realm. "You're a junior, so I'll let you make the first move." "Kill!" Lin Fei shouted, and the sky full of spatial blades blasted towards the Supreme Devil Emperor. This move was also traceless. Millions of miles away, it could easily kill people. No one could defend against the great success of spatial power. Lin Fei used this move to test the Supreme Devil Emperor's strength. Great success of spatial power, killing people from a distance, you're pretty good at it. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed, and he walked back and forth in the spatial blades, as if he had already calculated the position. "Unfortunately, it won't work. Hua hua hua." The Supreme Devil Emperor waved his hand, and the sky full of spatial blades also appeared around Lin Fei. This is a true spatial blade attack. So. Chapter 1983. Whoosh! The space blades seemed to have existed for a very long time. With a thought, Lin Fei moved along with it, preparing to avoid the Supreme Devil Emperor's spatial attack. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei could easily avoid it. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the spatial blade landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely. "How is this possible? I can't dodge it." Lin Fei's heart was in turmoil. Hide again. The attack still landed on his body. No matter how Lin Fei dodged, the attacks all fell on his body. In less than a moment, his body was covered with wounds. It was as if the space blade had completely locked onto Lin Fei, making it impossible for him to dodge. "You don't have enough space blades." The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand again, sending a barrage of spatial blades. He shook his head in disappointment. Spatial shield. Lin Fei created a space shield around himself, deflecting the space blades one after another. Another space blade flashed past his cheek. "I don't have enough control over the spatial blade." Lin Fei thought to himself. "I've already mastered the power of space, so how could I not have fully mastered it?" Void Spike. Whoosh! An attack that was even more difficult to defend against than the space blade came again. The Supreme Devil Emperor arrived in front of Lin Fei and pressed down with one hand. Lin Fei was sent flying and crashed into a huge pillar. Hua hua hua! Lin Fei's chest was covered with frost. The power of ice? Highest Devil Emperor had used the power of space, and now, he had used the power of frost. Lin Fei's heart sank once again. Could it be that this highest Devil Emperor had mastered the power of frost? System, analyze for me. The unparalleled Demon Emperor's strength was suppressed to the little Divine Emperor realm. No matter who it was, they would feel immense pressure from the terrifying strength they displayed. From the power of space to the power of ice, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. The spatial blade contains the power of ice? With just one slash, Lin Fei's entire body trembled, and the power of ice flared up. Lin Fei finally understood. Why was the unparalleled Devil Emperor so powerful? The transcendent Devil Emperor continued to suppress Lin Fei. Hee, are you surprised? Not only do I know the power of space, but I also know the power of space. You also know the power of ice. However, your attack is just the beginning. Whoosh! The power of space and the power of ice attacked Lin Fei back and forth. Fusion? Lin Fei frowned and dodged back and forth. As the system analyzed, Lin Fei could vaguely see that these were two kinds of fusion. Wushang Devil Emperor stood there without moving. The power of ice turned into a cold current that surged towards him at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, Lin Fei was touched by the cold current, and his arm was frozen into an ice sculpture. Not bad, you actually saw through it. The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. The fusion of bloodline power is the only path to invincibility. Lin Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had heard that bloodline powers could be fused. Fuse bloodline power. It can lead to the path of invincibility? With a moment of carelessness, another attack landed on Lin Fei's chest. The transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to have not spoken like this for a long time. You were born with the power of space and time, and both of them are large success bloodline, yet you use them alone. What a waste. A waste? If it was someone else who said this, Lin Fei would definitely not believe it, but these words came from the mouth of the transcendent Devil Emperor, so there was nothing to doubt. The transcendent Devil Emperor returned to the throne again. A space spear. It went straight to the front of Lin Fei and split into two. The power of space and the power of ice fell on Lin Fei's body together. Don't you think this move is very good? One strike for two. At this moment, the transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to be in control of everything. For Lin Fei, this was the first time he had heard of fusion. The system was constantly analyzing. He was not afraid that the transcendent Devil Emperor would not say it. As long as he said it, Lin Fei would know what was going on. For half a day, Lin Fei was almost always under attack. He couldn't even get close to the transcendent Devil Emperor. The layers of ice power mixed with the power of space, one attacking and one defending, were very difficult to deal with. With a large amount of divine power, Lin Fei was not afraid of being injured. However, he could also see the terror of the two bloodline powers. The power of space itself was strange and tricky, and coupled with the power of ice, no matter who was hit, they would be shocked. If one's strength was weak, the other party would be severely injured in one move. Does that mean that the fusion of time and space will be the greatest attack? Lin Fei asked. The transcendent Devil Emperor glanced at Lin Fei. You are quite smart. The fusion of space and time is indeed a very strong attack. After all of them are fused, another kind of power will be produced, and this kind of power is the strongest power in the world. We call it the power of the heavens. Power of the heavens? The transcendent Devil Emperor stood up. Now, I will let you experience the true power of the heavens. Lin Fei's heart sank, the space between his eyebrows twitched, and an even more terrifying attack appeared. Hua! A blade light landed on Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei's body trembled. I didn't notice it. Lin Fei really didn't notice the attack just now. This was simply impossible. Just now, this is called the power of the heavens, the cutting of the heavens. It is the fusion of the power of space and the power of metal. It can cut anything. Lin Fei was very confident in his divine body. However, in front of the cutting of the heavens, it was incomparably fragile. It was easily cut open, and there was no time to resist. The transcendent Devil Emperor seemed to be doing something insignificant. This era is much worse than I imagined. It is a waste for you to not fuse time and space bloodlines. It seems that you can't even live for a day. The cutting of the heavens filled the sky. Lin Fei's space shield was in front, followed by time, one in front and one behind, blocking in front. The tyrannical space shield was cut open by the cutting of the heavens, and the time was also cut open. The attack that could kill the Saint God Emperor couldn't destroy the cutting of the heavens. A moment later, Lin Fei was seriously injured. The power of the cutting of the heavens remained in his body, and even his divine power couldn't remove it. The power of the heavens is indeed terrifying. There is always someone better. Lin Fei was very clear that if this continued, he would definitely be finished today. The fusion power was terrifying. If I want to survive the first day, I can only rely on my invincible defense. Lin Fei didn't think that he could withstand this continuous attack. If this continued, he would definitely be finished. He originally thought that the power of space and time was very awesome, but now it seemed that this was just the beginning. The moment the heavens used the power of the heavens, it broke through his power of space and time. Senior, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Lin Fei suddenly laughed, gave up resisting, and sat down cross-legged. I wonder how this move of mine will fare. Hua hua hua. The attacks all fell on Lin Fei's body. His invincible defense was also activated at this time. Chapter 1984. Lin Fei was prepared to win the first round first. Everything else could wait. The power of severing the heavenly Tao was very strong, and it was very difficult for Lin Fei to block it. He might as well use his invincible defense to last through the first day. There were ways to turn defeat into victory. Most importantly, Lin Fei had an idea in his mind that he had to persevere for a day before it could be realized. Interesting, it's actually a different kind of power. An old monster like the Supreme Devil Emperor had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that this move was extraordinary. No matter which direction the heaven's path severing attacked from, it was perfectly blocked. There were very few things that could interest the Supreme Devil Emperor. However, this young Lin Fei in front of him really piqued his interest. After a round of probing, the Supreme Demon Emperor's eyes lit up even more. This should be a unique power of the heavenly Tao. To think that it's something that I've never seen before. This is simply inconceivable. The unparalleled Demon Emperor's attacks were still unable to break through the other party's defenses. This layer of defense was like a sticky candy. Is this the legendary Absolute Defense? It's not very similar to Absolute Defense. The accumulated knowledge of the Supreme Demon Emperor was not something that anyone could compare to. Memories popped up in his mind one after another, but none of them matched up with the scene before him. Flaw? There were no flaws. It was flawless. Impossible. Even if it's perfect power, it shouldn't be flawless in front of me. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, and he was indeed worried that his flaws would be discovered. Fortunately, the Supreme Demon Emperor did not manage to break through the invincible defense. He heaved a sigh of relief. The invincible defense was still very reliable. A day passed in a flash. Lin Fei persisted for a whole day. "Senior, the time is up. I should have passed, right?" Lin Fei said to the Supreme Devil Emperor. When the Supreme Devil Emperor regained his senses, he discovered that the other party had persisted for an entire day. "Consider yourself impressive. You've passed the first day. What treasure do you want? Just tell me. Other than treasures, can I exchange for anything else?" The Supreme Devil Emperor glanced at Lin Fei. Sure. Lin Fei wasn't interested in any treasures right now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard about the fusion of bloodline power, perhaps he would really choose the treasure and miss a great opportunity. "I want to know how to fuse bloodline powers." Lin Fei was worried. He suspected that the Supreme Demon Emperor would tell him if he didn't. He couldn't do anything about it. After all, whether he spoke or not was in the hands of the other party. The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. "You are very smart. You know how to ask for the bloodline fusion technique. Do you think that you will have the time to fuse with it after obtaining it? How would I know if I don't try? Besides, Senior has opened the door for me. I will only be satisfied after I try," Lin Fei said directly. "Since you've chosen to fuse techniques, then I'll give it to you. I'll tell you. I'll give you the fusion technique. You have 1 day to prepare," the Supreme Demon Emperor said. "Next time, my strength will increase by 20%. The Supreme Demon Emperor disappeared from the palace. "System, analyze the fusion for me immediately." Lin Fei wouldn't worry about comprehending this fusion if he had the time. But time was too short and there was no time to analyze it at all. Lin Fei could only rely on the system's analysis and come up with the easiest solution at the same time. Invincible defense was awesome. Even if it didn't consume divinity points, it would still be troublesome. If he could grasp the power of the heavenly Tao, at least he would have a chance to counterattack and vent his anger. At the same time, in another place in the Forbidden Area, more than a dozen storm-like willpower gathered together. "Demon Emperor, did you kill that kid? That's too boring. It wasn't easy for someone to come in. Why did you kill him? No matter what, you have to give it to this old man." The moment the Supreme Demon Emperor appeared, his willpower spoke. "You guys guessed wrong. This time, an interesting guy came. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand. Take a look at this first. The scene of the previous battle. It appeared in everyone's eyes. Not bad, space and time are both at the large success realm, a peerless genius. It can't be, he actually hasn't mastered fusion. What a waste of heavenly talent. Could it be that in the current era, no one has mastered fusion? More than a dozen willpower started arguing. To be able to survive in the forbidden area, they were ancient existences in every era. Is this absolute defense? I don't think so. This little guy is very interesting. He is clearly at the small god emperor realm, but he actually mastered this kind of defense. It's too perfect. Everyone quickly noticed that this little guy's defense was awesome. They watched attentively as Nyo spoke. The Supreme Demon Emperor said, "Everyone, what do you think? I can't see anything for the time being. It seems to be another kind of power. There is no aura of heavenly Tao. Even if it is heavenly Tao aura, it is at least 8-star heavenly Tao strength." Everyone had good eyesight, so they couldn't see anything for the time being. Congratulations, Supreme Demon Emperor, you finally found a suitable agent. Someone congratulated. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head. It's not certain for the time being. That guy's other abilities are very poor, and he hasn't fused any power. He is about the same as those godsons. It is said that several old guys are contacting the godsons, preparing to train them as agents. They are really thinking too much. The godsons inherit the will of heavenly Tao, and it is the easiest to grasp the power of heavenly Tao. Using them as agents is better than anyone else. Godson, Lin Fei didn't know the inside story. After consuming a large number of divinity points, the system finally analyzed the fusion method and concluded the method to fuse a kind of heavenly Tao power as soon as possible. So the fusion power is to burst out the inner mysteries. After fusing, the original 100% attack can burst out more than 100 times the original combat power. Fusion crystal. In the system, all kinds of treasures emerged one after another. Lin Fei hadn't seen all of them. He rarely took the initiative to understand them. When he heard that there was a fusion crystal, his eyes lit up on the spot. Fusion sounded simple, but Lin Fei had seen the method before. It required a certain amount of time to fuse. It was not easy to fuse. Lin Fei looked at the fusion crystal. The divinity points required for this kind of tool were not expensive. On the contrary, it required a large number of fusion crystals to fuse the 2 bloodline powers. I have 2 bloodline powers in me, but it seems to be very difficult to fuse them. It seems that I can only use the power of space to fuse another kind of power first. Lin Fei tried to fuse the 2 bloodline powers of space and time, but it was very difficult. There was no time to fuse them now. Fortunately, I have 18 primordial clones. Currently, the bloodline power of the 18 primordial clones had already reached the realm of great success. Chapter 1985. Lin Fei only had 1 day of rest. 1 day's time was enough. The Supreme Demon Emperor was a man of his word. Lin Fei swaggered around and tried to fuse the bloodline power of space and earth. The fusion rate increased bit by bit as he used the fusion crystals. Fortunately, when Lin Fei went out, he always had the God Meridian with him, so he was not afraid of using up divinity points. A day passed in a flash. The Supreme Demon Emperor appeared again, and this time, he was more excited. This time, I will increase my strength by 30%. The Supreme Demon Emperor knew that his words were quite shameless. But if he continued, it would not be easy to break the tortoise shell on Lin Fei. The Supreme Demon Emperor really wanted to break this tortoise shell. He wanted to increase his combat strength by 30% first. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You've already shamelessly asked, what else can I do? As you wish. Lin Fei was not afraid. Even if you were an invincible expert of your era, you can forget about breaking my invincible defense. This was not bragging. I have not seen such a straightforward person in a long time. The Supreme Demon Emperor made his move, still using the power of space as the vanguard. This time, it turned into thin needles, trying to find a flaw. This time, Lin Fei did not attack. He just stood there. You can slowly find a flaw. This kid actually stopped attacking. The Supreme Demon Emperor could not figure out what the other party was thinking. Could it be that he had given up? The Supreme Demon Emperor used a day to study how to break this tortoise shell, but if the other party gave up, it would not work. It's still this kind of defense. The Supreme Demon Emperor secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this kind of defense again, the Supreme Demon Emperor immediately fell into a frenzy of research. All kinds of attacks came one after another. Most of them were at the heavenly Tao level, sometimes hot and ferocious like a tiger, and sometimes soft like water. The power was controlled perfectly. Lin Fei just stood there like a lonely boat on a turbulent ocean that could be swallowed at any time. Damn. If this guy had nothing to do, could it be that he was cultivating his bloodline? No, the Supreme Devil Emperor must have deprived him of his bloodline. Lin Fei didn't believe it. In this era, there were still people who could refine large amounts of bloodline power. Apart from deprivation, in a short period of time, the Supreme Devil Emperor had displayed several bloodline powers. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. Sure enough, it was never too late to learn when one was old. Countless generations of peerless Devil Emperors had cultivated a terrifying bloodline power. If he were to go outside, he would definitely be the most terrifying existence. Fortunately, this guy couldn't get out. Write it all down. Lin Fei secretly let the system record the attack pattern. This can be considered as me secretly learning. As long as the system analyzed it, he would be able to grasp the Supreme Demon Emperor's attack method. Lin Fei really hoped to encounter such a free opportunity. No, this method won't work. We need to change the method. My strength is still not enough. The Supreme Devil Emperor sank into madness. None of the ideas he came up with in one day would work. The other party was still standing. The Supreme Devil Emperor, who had always been in high spirits, also seemed to be depressed. There was actually a defense in this world that he couldn't break. What kind of joke was this? The Supreme Devil Emperor regretted that he could only use 30% of his original strength. If he didn't have enough strength, it wouldn't be easy to break it. Brat, you win this time. After a few hours of attacking, the Supreme Devil Emperor stopped. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. The Supreme Devil Emperor coldly snorted. What do you want? Lin Fei asked for a treasure left behind by an expert of the Hell Realm, and at the same time, he asked for a saint-rank divine pulse. He didn't expect the Supreme Devil Emperor to throw one out so straightforwardly. I will definitely break through your defense. In this era, there is no existence that I can't break through. After the Supreme Devil Emperor left, Lin Fei kept his invincible defense activated. As long as no one attacked, the invincible defense consumed points like a drizzle. Lin Fei was really worried that these demonic cultivators couldn't let it go and would secretly attack him. He didn't want to be caught and used as a test subject, so it was better to activate the invincible defense. No wonder everyone wants to attack the forbidden area. There are so many good things in the forbidden area. With another saint-rank divine pulse in his hands, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Since he came to the forbidden area, he would first get 2 saint-rank divine pulse. These were his trump cards. Let's take a look at the Supreme Devil Emperor's attack first. Lin Fei started to check. He didn't stop fusing with the crystal stones and continued to refine them. The Supreme Devil Emperor quickly started again. His strength increased again. He attacked Lin Fei again. The Supreme Devil Emperor's strength increased again, and he returned in disappointment again and again. From 30% to 40%, then to 70%. Every time his strength increased, the Supreme Devil Emperor thought that he would be able to break through this layer of turtle shell. In the end, he didn't succeed. The Supreme Devil Emperor hadn't experienced this kind of painful torture for a long time, and he had almost forgotten about it. The Supreme Devil Emperor didn't care at all about losing treasures and god pulses. This attack lasted for half a month. In this half a month, the Supreme Devil Emperor's strength increased from Small God Emperor to Earth God Emperor and then Heaven God Emperor. The Supreme Devil Emperor tried all kinds of methods, but none of them succeeded. Half a month passed. Lin Fei was finally able to create the first fusion bloodline power, the fusion of space and earth. From the Supreme Devil Emperor's mouth, Lin Fei knew that this power was called Invincible Tenacity, a very famous heavenly Tao power. When the Supreme Demon Emperor launched another attack, Lin Fan's eyes widened. The power of the Tao of Heaven, Invincible Tenacity, was unleashed, surrounding him in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. His field of vision was filled with defense. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very strong. Facing such a defense, he had a headache. As long as he attacked, a part of the power would be diverted away, and the rest would be blocked by the tough earth. This was why it took such a long time to fuse. Brat, you actually managed to fuse Invincible Tenacity Heavenly Tao power without saying a word. When the power was displayed, the Supreme Devil Emperor revealed a look of surprise. This was a power that was very difficult to fuse. This brat actually succeeded. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei not only cultivated the space and time bloodlines, but also the earth bloodline? Why couldn't he tell? This was what shocked the Supreme Devil Emperor. He was an invincible figure of this era, but he actually couldn't tell that Lin Fan had cultivated a third bloodline power. The most unbelievable thing was that Lin Fan managed to fuse a heavenly Tao power under his nose. It had only been a month. Chapter 1986. This is all thanks to Senior's guidance. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, if it wasn't for the Supreme Demon Emperor, Lin Fei didn't know when he would be able to grasp this higher level of power. He probably wouldn't know for a long time. The Supreme Demon Emperor looked at Lin Fei and said, I underestimated you. Just by relying on the fusion technique, you managed to cultivate this kind of heavenly Tao power. You are a top existence in any era. To be able to make a Supreme Demon Emperor say such words, Lin Fei felt very proud in his heart. My talent is not good, but I have the system. The system is awesome. Lin Fei would never say these words out loud. I'm just curious, how did you manage to hide the third bloodline power and not let me discover it? The Supreme Demon Emperor's pair of vicissitudes of life eyes saw everything in the world. From the moment Lin Fei came in, the Supreme Demon Emperor saw everything clearly. The previous defense had already shocked the Supreme Demon Emperor. Then, the other party managed to cultivate the heavenly Tao power under his eyes. This was even more surprising. Everyone has their own secrets, Senior, don't you think so? Lin Fei asked. Well said, everyone has their own secrets, let alone you and me. The Supreme Demon Emperor did not ask any more. Then can I know what this power of yours is called? The Supreme Demon Emperor knew that he had misjudged. Now he wanted to know what the power Lin Fei used was called. For the Supreme Demon Emperor, who had lived for a long time and even opened up a forbidden area, there were very few things in this world that could interest the Supreme Demon Emperor. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was one of them. Sure. Lin Fei did not refuse. I have given this defense a name. It is called Invincible Defense. Senior, what do you think? Can it be called invincible? Invincible Defense? The Supreme Devil Emperor had a pensive look on his face. What a good name. Your defensive power is indeed invincible. It's flawless, without any flaws. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Lin Fei was afraid in his heart. He did not know what this Supreme Demon Emperor would do next. Originally, I was interested in you, but now you've made my eyes light up. Just based on this invincible defense, no one in the entire world can kill you. The Supreme Devil Emperor said. There's no need for the next test. You're different from them. Whoosh whoosh. A wave of energy enveloped him, and Lin Fei was drawn away by it. He reappeared. You live here now. After saying that, the Supreme Demon Emperor turned around and left, leaving behind a baffled Lin Fei. F***ck, what are you going to do to me? In the depths of the Forbidden Zone again. Hearing the words of the Supreme Demon Emperor, the dozen or so wills were quite surprised. Back then, they were all experts of the same era. Later on, they entered the Forbidden Zone, protected in the forbidden area of the Supreme Demon Emperor. After all, not everyone could open the Forbidden Zone. Only a powerful figure like the Supreme Devil Emperor could open the Forbidden Zone. Demon Emperor, are you really going to make this Lin Fei your agent? I believe that having Lin Fei as our agent will be of great help to our Forbidden Zone. Invincible defense. Let me ask you, in this world, how many people can cultivate such a defense? This old man really wants to know whether absolute defense or invincible defense is more powerful. Everyone was in favor of it and some were against it. In fact, the person who made the decision was the Supreme Demon Emperor. I know that everyone thinks that it's better to find the Son of God to be our agent. The Supreme Demon Emperor waved his hand and everyone quietened down. But this era is not an ordinary era. 108 Son of God, for the first time in eternity, every Son of God is worth investing in. I don't really like those Son of God, they're just lackeys of the heavenly Tao. This Lin Fei is undoubtedly very suitable to be our agent. Everyone listened quietly. Isn't Lin Fei's strength too weak? The Supreme Demon Emperor said. His strength isn't bad. Even for me, unless I use the power of the Forbidden Zone, it would be very difficult to break through his invincible defense. Do you think this is bad? Moreover, you were able to fuse the power of the heavenly Tao in such a short period of time. Back then, can you compare to him? Everyone was speechless. We support the Demon Emperor's opinion. Very quickly, everyone came to an agreement. The Supreme Demon Emperor sighed. I think that Lin Fei is worth nurturing. Our Forbidden Zone has reached its limit. If we don't find a new capable helper, maybe. Lin Fei stayed for 3 days. During these 3 days, the Forbidden Zone did not restrict Lin Fei's movement, so he could look around. During these 3 days, Lin Fei personally walked through many places in the Forbidden Zone. He kept feeling that the Forbidden Zone was extraordinary. Here, the Forbidden Zone isolated the power of the heavenly Tao. Here, the master of the Forbidden Zone was the boss. Even the powerful power of the heavenly Tao was unable to destroy the Forbidden Zone. Lin Fei also admired the master of the Forbidden Zone in his heart. To be able to open up such a Forbidden Zone, although one couldn't leave a certain area, it was already amazing to be able to survive. The Supreme Demon Emperor came very quietly. Are you very interested in the Forbidden Zone? The moment the Supreme Demon Emperor appeared, he said such a sentence. Lin Fei nodded. Indeed, I am very interested. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head and looked at the sky. If possible, no one is willing to open up a Forbidden Zone and limit themselves to a place struggling at death's door. Lin Fei really didn't expect the Supreme Demon Emperor to say such a thing. The Supreme Demon Emperor said again, no matter which era's experts, if they can't do the last step, they can only open up a Forbidden Zone and not let themselves die. Lin Fei could hear the sorrow in the other party's words. The Supreme Demon Emperor changed the topic. Are you used to living here these few days? Not bad. The Supreme Demon Emperor looked at Lin Fei. You are the first person to survive in these 10 million years. Invincible God Emperors and whatnot, they all became my spoils of war, only you are not. Lin Fei thought, if I didn't have invincible defense, I probably would have become your spoils of war. No, it should be one of the statues. Let me ask you, are you interested in becoming the agent of the Forbidden Zone? The The Supreme Demon Emperor's tone became a bit heavier. Agent? Do I have a choice? Lin Fei said. The Supreme Demon Emperor shook his head. You are very smart, but you are also very lucky to be able to become my agent. Many people want to be my agent, but unfortunately, I didn't agree. From the moment Lin Fei came here, he knew that the Supreme Demon Emperor had some thoughts about him. He never guessed that he would become the agent. I am very curious, what does this agent want to do? Right now, Lin Fei had a lot of suspicions. It seemed like this agent was extremely important. In the immortal world, he could not be considered the most famous. The top 10 gods were all not simple characters. Why would they have their eyes on him? Chapter 1987. Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. Since the other party had already said so, no matter what kind of tricks they had up their sleeves, why should he be afraid? Lin Fei's thoughts were that simple. It was hard to guess what an old monster like the Supreme Demon Emperor was thinking in such a short time. Lin Fei just needed to be vigilant. As long as the Supreme Demon Emperor couldn't find a way to break the invincible defense, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. After agreeing to become the Supreme Demon Emperor's agent, the restrictions on him were lifted. Lin Fei admired this forthright style. The Supreme Demon Emperor showed his sincerity. After lifting the restrictions, Lin Fei personally went to the Massacre God Emperor and the others, took out the treasures, and asked them to leave the forbidden area. The forbidden area of the Supreme Demon Emperor couldn't be broken. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this point. After a simple explanation, the Massacre God Emperor and the others chose to leave. Breaking the forbidden area wasn't the main purpose. The purpose of the Massacre God Emperor and the others was to bring back the lost treasures of the Hell World. Now that the treasures were in their hands, they were satisfied. If the other God Emperors weren't happy, it was their own business. If they wanted to go deeper, so be it. Of course, they were the unlucky ones. Lin Fei wouldn't stop them. Anyway, he had already said it. It was up to them whether they believed it or not. Lin Fei returned to the depths of the forbidden area. Lin Fei was very interested to know about the bloodline fusion. For example, the forbidden area opened up secret books for him to read. This was a good thing. The forbidden area left behind from generation to generation must have countless secret books. Lin Fei was very interested to learn about them. When he saw the rows of secret books, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Lin Fei stayed and read the secret books day and night. Many secrets appeared in front of his eyes, which was an eye-opener for him. Especially the knowledge about fusion, it became clearer and clearer. Among them, there were all kinds of heavenly Tao secret method. These couldn't be seen outside. At this time, they were all displayed in front of him in the forbidden area. Lin Fei was worried that he couldn't find related secret methods. Now that they had come to him, Lin Fei wouldn't be polite and recorded them all in the system. Besides that, he had also gained a deeper understanding of his bloodline power. From this, Lin Fei realized that his control over the power of space bloodline wasn't perfect. This was all explained in detail in the secret tome. Lin Fei finally understood why he was unable to defend against the attack of the Supreme Devil Emperor. So it was because of this. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. His mastery was too rough. Since he was in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Fei simply put everything aside. He focused on his space and time bloodlines, constantly perfecting the parts he was lacking. In a short period of time, his control over his space and time bloodlines became even more perfect. At the very least, if he were to face an invincible demon emperor now, he wouldn't be easily hit by spatial power. This was a huge improvement. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Suddenly to the left. Suddenly right, suddenly center. Compared to the spatial movement that he had mastered before, the current spatial movement was more perfect and flawless. He studied the secret manuals one by one. Lin Fei's understanding of his spatial bloodline had also reached a new level. He no longer just stayed on the surface and truly grasped its essence. This was the benefit of flipping through a large number of secret manuals. Lin Fei knew the benefit of accumulating knowledge. As expected, the saying was right. If he didn't flip through a large number of secret manuals, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to completely grasp the power of his bloodline and would only be able to use it at the simplest level. When the Supreme Devil Emperor appeared, Lin Fei reacted. "Not bad. You've improved a lot." The Supreme Devil Emperor laughed. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said gratefully, "If it wasn't for Senior's help, I would still be wasting my time." Lin Fei was very clear about these secret manuals. After a long period of accumulation, it could be considered a precious treasure. Not anyone could be lucky enough to come in and read it. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very satisfied. Youngsters nowadays lack accumulation. Don't think that accumulating experience and knowledge is a one-sided matter. To us cultivators, it's very important. The more knowledge one accumulates, the better one will be. You're doing very well now. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might have been disdainful. But now, he agreed with the Supreme Devil Emperor's words. The people of this era seemed to lack enough accumulation, especially the accumulation of knowledge. Boom boom! Suddenly, a fluctuation came from the Forbidden Zone. The Supreme Devil Emperor frowned and disappeared. Lin Fei followed. The two of them appeared on a mountain peak in the Forbidden Zone at almost the same time. "Old thing, what are you doing here? Are you looking for a beating?" Lin Fei stood above the Forbidden Zone and felt the boundless aura coming towards him. On a mountain peak not far away, a bald man stood with his hands behind his back. The bald man's body was filled with a heavy aura like a boundless mountain. His gaze suddenly landed on Lin Fei, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "Devil Emperor, this isn't the first time I've entered your Forbidden Zone. Is there a need for this?" The tall and sturdy man snorted. Lin Fei felt very uncomfortable being stared at by the other party. It was as if everything was exposed in the other party's eyes. He realized that the tall and sturdy man in front of him was at least at the same level as the Supreme Devil Emperor. "This place doesn't welcome you," the Supreme Devil Emperor said unhappily. "What are you doing here instead of staying in the Forbidden Zone?" The tall and sturdy man pointed at Lin Fei. "I heard that you found a good agent. I'm very interested." Invincible defense. As the last word fell, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, and a wave of energy swept across his body. "Not bad, not bad. It's a very impressive defense." The tall and sturdy man acted as if he had done something insignificant. But this made the Supreme Devil Emperor very angry. "You bastard, who allowed you to attack?" He punched at the tall and sturdy man. "Devil Emperor, you still have the same old temper. But don't think that I'm afraid of you." The tall and sturdy man stretched out his finger and shook off the Supreme Devil Emperor's punch. He jabbed his finger again and launched a counterattack. The two of them quickly clashed. Lin Fei quickly retreated. He didn't understand what was going on. What's going on? When the Supreme Devil Emperor and the tall and sturdy man exchanged blows, Lin Fei could barely see a trace of it. He was deeply shocked. But the tall and sturdy man was calm from start to finish. The two of them were actually evenly matched. "Devil Emperor, if this continues, I won't be polite anymore." The tall and sturdy man retreated and stood in the distance. The Supreme Devil Emperor also stopped and emitted a monstrous demonic aura. "If you weren't the only old friend left, I wouldn't mind killing you and destroying your Forbidden Zone." Chapter 1988. The Master of a Forbidden Area? Lin Fei immediately understood what the man was trying to say. Lin Fei could not tell that the bulky man was the master of a forbidden area, as his aura was significantly different from the Supreme Demon Monarch's. The man did not unleash his aura throughout the battle, maintaining a calm demeanor. It was also a perfect control of his strength. Lin Fei could tell with a single glance that the man had accumulated a lot of knowledge after reading through the ancient records. At the same time, he was confused. The master of a forbidden area could leave the forbidden area? The supreme demon monarch waved his hand and said, "Come and meet the shameless Emperor Lu Meng." Lin Fei brought his fists together and said, "Junior Lin Fei pays his respects to Senior Lu Meng." Another expert who had lived for countless eras. Lin Fei was aware of the man's identity. "Congratulations, you've found yourself a great representative." The Emperor Lu Meng congratulated the Supreme Demon Monarch. "Of course," the Supreme Demon Monarch said proudly, "not many people have such an undefeatable defense." The Emperor Lu Meng nodded, indeed. "All right, you've met the man. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." The Supreme Demon Monarch was not fond of the Emperor Lu Meng. "Don't be hasty," the Emperor Lu Meng said. "I'm here to ask you if you're interested in Demon Monarch Feiyang's forbidden area. I've already contacted a group of people to raze it to the ground." The Supreme Demon Monarch wore a stern look. "Are you sure?" The Sixth Darkness Godly Emperor said. "I've made up my mind. Demon Monarch Feiyang has been dead for a long time, and someone has occupied the Forbidden Zone and refined his corpse. It's time to attack. Now, I'm going to ask you, are you coming or not?" "Of course I'm going to join in." "Attack Demon Monarch Feiyang's forbidden area?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fei was startled. A demon monarch would die too? The conversation between the Emperor Lu Meng and the Supreme Demon Monarch did not last long. When Lin Fei took a look again, the man had already left. "Are you shocked?" The Supreme Demon Monarch approached him. "Yes, I am." The Supreme Devil Emperor sighed. "The Devil Emperor is not the end. The only difference was that he lived longer than us. This Demon Monarch Feiyang's strength was unparalleled in the past, yet he still couldn't escape from the Forbidden Zone. It's a pity that it's been taken by someone else, to the extent that even the corpse has been refined. What a pity. Rest well. In 3 days you'll come with me." Lin Fei was surprised. "I have to go too?" "Yes, you must go," said the Supreme Devil Emperor. "Do you think that Lu Meng would casually invite me? In fact, this is the time for you agents to reveal yourselves." "Those agents will go too." "Yes, they will all go." God Emperor Six Depths returned to his own forbidden area. "You have an opponent." On a mountain peak, God Emperor Lu Meng said to a woman in red. A fiery aura revolved around the red-robed woman's body, instantly burning the mountain rocks into nothingness. However, God Emperor Hades was completely fine and stood there quietly. "Who is it?" "The new representative of the Supreme Devil Emperor. He has mastered a type of invincible defense power that is flawless." "It's flawless," the Six Depths Deity Emperor said. "It's not the power of the heavenly Tao," the red-robed woman said. "There's no such power in the heavenly Tao. There are only absolute defense, absolute protection, invincible protection, etc." God Emperor Six Depths was not surprised. In terms of understanding the power of the heavenly Tao, apart from the godsons, no one was comparable to him. "Well said, it doesn't matter if it's the power of the heavenly Tao. He's still your opponent. You'll meet him in 3 days. Attacking Demon Monarch Feiyang's forbidden area? Yes, Demon Monarch Feiyang has something that belongs to you. Destiny? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Passing through layers of rift, the Supreme Devil Emperor brought Lin Fei to a huge forbidden area and landed on a platform. Demon Monarch Feiyang's forbidden area is right ahead, the Supreme Devil Emperor said to Lin Fei with a calm expression. Lin Fei stood on the platform and saw a huge forbidden area in the distance. Around the platform, more platforms appeared. There were people standing on the platforms. There were even young people standing on the platforms. "It's them." Lin Fei squinted his eyes and recognized a few of them. They were all godsons. Did the leader of the forbidden area and the godsons come to an agreement? "There's nothing strange about it," the Supreme Devil Emperor said. "The godsons are born under the will of the heavens and earth, thus they have a lot more potential than you humans. As for why we're working together, you'll find out sooner or later. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Meanwhile, a few icy glints were fired from afar, each filled with hostility. The Supreme Devil Emperor was an old leader of a forbidden area. It was hard for them not to recognize him. Many people glanced in his direction when he appeared. Everyone present was a leader of a forbidden area. It's that kid. On a platform a distance away. The god's son, Tianlong, was sitting on the divine beast Fire Qilin with a hint of surprise on his prideful face. I didn't expect him to be the representative of the leader of a forbidden area too. Tianlong, do you know him? A leader of a forbidden area asked. I do. That kid has mastered the greater success stage of the force of space and time. Even the 8 god emperors suffered a great loss against him. They had no choice but to give him a great gift to appease his anger. If you don't fuse with a top-notch bloodline, it will forever be a superficial thing. The leader of a forbidden area said disdainfully, It's still your godsons who have a limitless future. Profound Sky Worlds D. Tian. The red-clothed woman with Deity Emperor 6 Depths also noticed the person brought by the Supreme Devil Emperor. Looks like you know this person. Deity Emperor 6 Depths said with a smile. A notorious guy. The red-clothed woman sat cross-legged on Hoofing Phoenix, blazing flames burning the void. I didn't expect him to actually master invincible defense. Interesting. Lin Fei's understanding of the godsons came from the news outside. For example, almost all the leaders of the forbidden area had brought the godsons. There was almost no pure human like him. God's son, Tianlong. Goddess daughter, 9 heavens Phoenix maiden. Lin Fei was getting more and more curious about the leader of the forbidden area. What was their purpose in cooperating with the godsons? The Supreme Devil Emperor's reputation in the forbidden area was resounding. Hence, when he arrived on the platform, many leaders of the forbidden area took the initiative to greet him. Their attitude towards Lin Fei was average. Lin Fei didn't have much to care about. These leaders of the forbidden area were all top-notch powerhouses whose names shook the world back then. To be able to open up a forbidden area, they were even top-notch existences among top-notch powerhouses. Because they survived, those who couldn't open up a forbidden area all died. This was where their strength lay. Very soon, everyone arrived. There were a total of 18 lords of the forbidden area. Their strength was almost on par. Chapter 1989. 18 restricted region lords, their momentum was tremendous. These fellows were all old monsters who had lived for endless years. In the end, all of them opened up restricted areas and survived. The lords of the 18 forbidden lands were all present. 5 of them stood out from the middle, including the Supreme Demon Emperor and the 6 Underworlds Divine Emperor. The other 3 were the Sanshur Divine Emperor, the Abyss Demon Emperor and Emperor Tatian. They were all supreme figures back then. The 5 of them were the initiators of this event. At the same time, they were also the 5 strongest people. With the 5 of them taking the lead, the other restricted zone lords were all very convinced. Be it in terms of reputation or strength, they couldn't compare to the 5 of them. Supreme, you're the most familiar with Demon Monarch Fei Yang. Now that everyone is here, how are we going to attack? The one who spoke was the Sanshur Divine Emperor. He was not a god emperor, but his strength could contend against a god emperor. Back then, he was also an awe-inspiring figure. The other 3 looked over. The Supreme Demon Emperor said calmly, I've calculated it. 3 days later is the best time to attack Emperor God Fei Yang. By then, the forbidden area will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The 5 of us should be able to defeat Emperor God Fei Yang. No one doubted the words of the Supreme Devil Emperor. Back then, the Supreme Demon Emperor had fought with Emperor God Fei Yang, and they were evenly matched. At the same time, he knew Emperor God Fei Yang's background the best. I wonder if the 6 undefeatable god emperors of Monarch God Fei Yang are still around. The Abyss Devil Emperor said. Rumor has it that when God Emperor Fei Yang conquered the world, these 6 generals were the vanguard and unified the world. Emperor Tatian smiled and said, "So what if he's an invincible divine emperor? The 18 lords of the Forbidden Lands will attack together. Just blow them all up. Divine Sun Tianlong is here." While the 5 restricted zone masters were discussing with the other 13 restricted zone masters, the Divine Sun, Sky Dragon, who was sitting on the Fire Qilin, headed in one direction. That was where Lin Fei was. The Fire Qilin released a torrential wave of qi. The void was burning as the Divine Sun, Sky Dragon, arrived not far from Lin Fei. The divine might was vast and mighty. Di Tian, I didn't expect you to be so resilient. You haven't died yet. The other agents looked over. Among the 108 God Princes, the God Prince Sky Dragon was the strongest. With the divine beast Fire Qilin, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei laughed. My life is very tough. I won't die so easily. The Son of Heaven raised his eyelids and shot out 2 beams of cold light. I don't like your tone. 2 beams of cold light turned into 2 beams of sword light. The will of the heavenly path rumbled, and the power of the heavenly path was boosted. Lin Fei was no longer the same as before. Actually, I don't like you either. Lin Fei laughed. Divine child, you're nothing. 2 sword gleams were banished. Divine Sun Sky Dragon suddenly laughed and said, Not bad. You have improved a lot. That would be more interesting. No, no, no. Rather than killing you, it would be better to refine you into a heavenly law puppet. Be the vanguard in my conquest of the world. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Are all divine sons so arrogant? Everyone only knows how to brag. Be careful not to blow your own trumpet. Why don't you follow my soul? I guarantee that you'll have a good life. Hairball roared as well. Fellow covered in flames, obediently come over and be my little brother. Otherwise, I'll be the first to eat you. Now that Hairball had become a divine beast, her every move was filled with ferocity. Fire Qilin was also a divine beast. It was also untamed and could breathe fire. You country bumpkin, you think you can eat me? When I was mighty, you didn't even know how to hide in a corner. Hairball became even more unhappy. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. See if I don't eat you. The Divine Sun's representative in the distance could hear the 2's tit for tat. He couldn't help but admire Di Tian's unyielding attitude. Fire Qilin and Hairball started to quarrel. Divine Sun Sky Dragon suggested, Everyone in the world says that divine beasts are the most powerful, especially the extinct divine beasts. As for the primordial evil dragon, I have also heard of it. I wonder if you can let your divine beast come out and give me some pointers? Lin Fei thought to himself, this divine Sun Sky Dragon is really scheming. He is not someone that those profligate sons can compare to. Even his words are much more profound. Lin Fei did not dare to belittle such a person. Actually, I am also curious about which divine beast is the most powerful divine beast in the world. Lin Fei said with a smile. Divine Sun Sky Dragon patted Fire Qilin. Xiaohua, didn't you say that you wanted to exchange pointers with the primordial evil dragon? Now that the opportunity is here, go and perform well. Country bumpkin, come up quickly. The noble divine beast Fire Qilin looked down on the lowly bloodline of the primordial evil dragon. Such a person should not exist among the divine beasts. Roar, roar. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hairball glared at him fiercely. To avoid alarming the restricted area, we have to set up an array restriction. Do you have any objections? Divine Sun Sky Dragon took the initiative to say. How could Lin Fei not know what Divine Sun Sky Dragon was thinking? It was to restrict Hairball's movement and put him at a disadvantage. Lin Fei sneered in his heart, You can scheme, but I can't. I agree to set up an array restriction to avoid alarming the big shots in the restricted area. Divine Sun Sky Dragon quickly set up an array and patted Fire Qilin's head to let it go up. Master, don't worry. I will eat it in one bite. Everyone was very interested in the battle between the divine beast Fire Qilin and the primordial evil dragon. It was not easy to see a battle between divine beasts. Fire Qilin went up first, followed by Hairball. The array restriction was activated as soon as the two went inside. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fire Qilin was the first to attack. The entire array was engulfed in flames. A scorching sun appeared above the flames and released a terrifying attack. As expected of the divine beast Fire Qilin. This move is terrifying. It is dozens of times stronger than before. I wonder how the primordial evil dragon will resist it. Many people exclaimed. The strength of the divine beast Fire Qilin still shocked the divine princes. There were also some divine princes whose expressions didn't change. They looked very calm. Xiaofeng, who do you think will win? Phoenix Maiden of the Nine Heavens sat on the back of Huofeng Phoenix with a transcendent aura. The flames around her turned into a burning kingdom. She asked calmly. It should be Fire Qilin. Xiaofeng was the name of Huofeng Phoenix. It has followed Divine Sun Sky Dragon and obtained endless benefit. The flames just now contained a trace of the Heavenly Way's power. Its lethality is very terrifying. Continue. The primordial evil dragon is rumored to be able to eat anything in the world. I don't know much about it, but I do know that it's good at traveling through space. If it's in an open space, the primordial evil dragon will have the upper hand. However, in a space isolated by an array, it won't have any advantage. The other divine sons were also discussing. The bets are open. Place your bets before the outcome is decided. Suddenly, everyone heard Di Tion's voice. Chapter 1990. No one expected Di Tion to say such a thing during the battle between the divine beasts. Opening the bet? It's already starting, okay? As the Fire Qilin continued to spit out fierce flames, the void crackled and crackled. The primordial evil dragon's huge body was constantly stained by the fierce flames. It started to weaken. As time went on, the power of the flames would seep into its flesh. It was not something that the primordial evil dragon could resist. However, under such circumstances, Di Tion was actually the banker and the dealer. Wasn't he a little too confident? Before they could digest it, Lin Fei opened his mouth again. You heard it right. That's right, opening the bet. Lin Fei said with a smile. Don't you think it's interesting? What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm the banker now. I bet that my hairball will win. Lin Fei said. You only need to bet on the Fire Qilin. The odds are 2-1. Don't miss such a good opportunity. 2-1? Where else could one find such a good opportunity? Di Tion, you actually dared to accept our bets. A burly young man walked over and stared at Lin Fei as he spoke. Lin Fei knew that the god's son was called Tianhu. He had a bad temper and was famous among the god's sons. As long as you dare to bet, I dare to accept it. Lin Fei added, the premise is that I only want the divine pulse and nothing else. As for the fear that I can't afford it, you can rest assured that I, Lin Fei, have a high social status. Hua, hua, hua. 3 saint-level divine pulses appeared behind him. How about it? Don't worry now. God's son Tianhu touched his bald head, direct enough. I'll bet 3,000 divine pulses. A storage ring containing 3,000 heaven-rank divine veins was tossed over. I'll take it. Lin Fei kept the divine pulses without hesitation. I'll bet 1,000 divine pulses too. 2,000. 3,000. The god's sons were eager to try. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? In the array, the primordial evil dragon's huge body dodged to and fro while roaring in pain. More people placed their bets. You have 1,000, I have 2,000, and some even have 4,000 to 5,000. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of Di Tion. Lin Fei's face was expressionless. He snickered in his heart. Damn it, these guys are really rich. They can easily get thousands of them. This time, we can earn a small fortune. In less than a moment, Lin Fei had collected a total of 530,000 heaven-rank divine veins. Some divine princes had yet to place their bet. Supreme, your brother's agent is quite interesting. The Abyss Devil Emperor laughed. He's quite daring, he's not afraid of losing his underwear. The Supreme Devil Emperor glanced at it. I think it's quite interesting. The Three-Stone God Emperor had an ordinary relationship with the Supreme Devil Emperor. He sneered, a person who doesn't know what's good for him. There's nothing to see. The Arch-Tatian smiled and said, everyone should support young people when they have ideas. Even I want to bet on him. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting kid. The Six Depths Deity Emperor said, Supreme, I heard you still have a million-year-old deity brew. Why don't you take it out and add to the bet? The Supreme Devil Emperor smiled and said, I know you want my deity brew. I'm quite interested after hearing what you said. Fine, I'll take out a bottle of deity brew to add to the bet. However, you have to take out the azure gourd you got last time. Are you willing to do that? The Six Depths Deity Emperor agreed right away. He took out an azure gourd. The gourd was glowing and looked quite extraordinary. Supreme, I'm also tempted. Why don't you count me in as well? The Abyss Devil Emperor smiled and said, I also miss the Supreme Deity brew. I'm willing to use a bottle of Abyss Dead Water as the bet. The Supreme Devil Emperor thought, if you want to give me something, then I won't hold back. The number of divine veins in Lin Fei's hands kept increasing. It went from 500,000 to 1 million. If Hairball lost, Lin Fei would have to pay 500,000 heaven-rank divine veins. Normal people would really go bankrupt. Divine Prince Tianlong, you want to bet too? Lin Fei raised his eyes and looked at Divine Prince Tianlong in front of him. Divine Prince Tianlong smiled and said, Why not? I know you are very wealthy. It's just whether you dare to accept it or not. Lin Fei smiled and said, I'll take as many as you want. All right. Divine Prince Tianlong sneered in his heart, I can't kill you now. I don't mind making you bankrupt first. Without the support of divine veins, let's see how you can display your strength. Divine veins were Di Tian's lifeblood. Someone had researched it a long time ago. Divine Prince Tianlong was only attacking from the weak point. Boom boom boom. Divine veins flew out one after another, shaking heaven and earth. How generous! Saint-rank divine veins. 1, 2, 3. Damn, 16 saint-rank divine veins. Seeing the long lines of divine veins, some gods' sons exclaimed. Those were all saint-rank divine veins, not heaven-rank divine veins. There were 16 of them. That was definitely generous. Divine Prince Tianlong said indifferently, I'm sorry, I don't have any heaven-rank divine veins. I only have saint-rank divine veins. I'm really sorry. Do you want me to take them back? Divine Prince Tianlong said it casually, but in reality, he was here to attack Lin Fei. If he lost, 8 saint-rank divine veins were enough to make Lin Fei bankrupt. This was a vicious move. Who was Lin Fei? He had expected that Divine Prince Tianlong would not give up on this opportunity to attack him. Lin Fei was not surprised that Divine Prince Tianlong had placed such a heavy bet. Divine Son, Sky Dragon, you are really generous. Lin Fei sighed, compared to you, my wealth is far inferior. However, I want your saint-rank divine veins. Divine Prince Tianlong thought that Lin Fei would reject him first. He did not expect Lin Fei to agree immediately. All right, you are the best. Divine Prince Tianlong laughed, just don't look too bad when you lose. Lin Fei was not worried about losing at all. Don't worry, I won't cry even if I lose. Now that he had 16 saint-rank divine veins, Lin Fei was very happy. This kind of good thing was not so easy to obtain. With this, he could use his ultimate moves continuously. He was confident and did not need to worry about anything. To Lin Fei, ordinary heaven-rank divine veins were not worth his attention. They were consumed too quickly and might not be able to withstand it. Only saint-rank divine veins could withstand it. Originally, he was still worried about where he could get them. Now that they came to him, Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted them all. In the array, the fire Qilin's attacks were even faster. It was moving in the flames. It seemed like it could move continuously as long as there were flames. Such an ability was very terrifying. On the other hand, the primordial evil dragon was covered in flames and was fleeing back and forth. Chapter 1991. The fire Qilin kept showing off its power. The people who placed the bets laughed. Damn it, I should have placed more bets. Someone regretted. You're so stupid. I placed 3,600 bet. I'll make a fortune then. 3,600 bets are nothing. I bet 6,000 bet. I want Tion to lose so badly that he can't even put on his pants. Ah. This is the first time I've seen someone give me money. Exactly. The ancient evil dragon almost went extinct back then. Its power is unimaginable. How could it be a match for the fire Qilin? Everyone had the same opinion. The fire Qilin was much more famous than the ancient evil dragon since it was able to survive. The result of the battle between the divine beasts was already decided. Supreme, your divine beast isn't doing well. It's losing. The three sure divine emperor chuckled. I can have a sip of your wine now. Anything they cared about was good stuff. The supreme demon emperor smiled. You're too impatient. You can't say anything before the result is decided. The three sure divine emperor was annoyed. I don't think so. The ancient evil dragon doesn't have any natural advantages. How strong can it be? The Abyss Demon Emperor and Emperor Tatian remained silent. The primordial evil dragon was renowned throughout the world back then. It wasn't an undeserved reputation. From the start until now, the primordial evil dragon hasn't used any offensive methods. Do you think this is normal? The Supreme Devil Emperor said unhurriedly. The three-stone divine emperor's expression suddenly turned ugly. That seemed to be the case. Hairball kept dodging. The surging fire waves came and the air crackled, creating many black holes. Surrender! The fire Qilin was even more proud. Hairball thought, it's time to fight back. Heaven swallowing! Hairball had reached the mature stage after entering the divine beast state. Her power was terrifying. She had been at a disadvantage just now because her master had taken advantage of her. Now that it was about time, Furball naturally had no need to keep up the act, and it opened its bloody mouth wide. She opened her mouth and performed a powerful talent attack, Heaven Swallowing. This move was too futile. The fire Qilin didn't expect the ancient evil dragon to be pretending and was caught off guard. Crack! It bit the fire Qilin, and blood splattered everywhere. Delicious! He swallowed the divine beast's flesh in one gulp. Hairball was overjoyed. The fire Qilin was unable to move. Weren't you very impressive just now? Hairball said disdainfully as she bit off another piece of divine beast meat. Now let's continue to show off. Another mouthful. Calling me a country bumpkin, who do you think you are? Hairball roared and bit off a large chunk of flesh. The fire Qilin was about to go crazy. Its body was indeed surrounded by a type of power, unable to break free. What kind of trick did you use? Why can't I move? Hairball smirked and said, This is the innate ability of our primordial evil dragon tribe. It's an innate ability that can fight against heaven. You're just a little divine beast. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? I'll eat. He took another bite. To Hairball, the flesh and blood of divine beasts were simply too delicious. In less than a moment, the fire Qilin was badly mutilated. His white bones were exposed, making one's scalp go numb. All the spectators were dumbfounded. The fire Qilin lost. What was going on? Wasn't the fire Qilin very impressive just now? Why wasn't he fighting back after being bitten? Everyone was momentarily confused. In their eyes, No matter how fierce the primordial evil dragon was, it would lose to the fire Qilin today. They could also earn a small fortune from Tian and look down on him afterward. Now they were the ones who lost. Seeing the primordial evil dragon tearing the fire Qilin apart, the god sons outside could not help but shiver. Even the fire Qilin's tough defense was torn apart, let alone them. Sorry, it seems that I won. The Supreme Devil Emperor was all smiles, but he was secretly shocked as well. He thought, the primordial evil dragon is indeed the overlord of the food chain. It dares to eat anything. The fire Qilin is really unlucky. The three-stone god emperor and the other three were quite surprised. The primordial evil dragon was actually so terrifying. You win. The three-stone god emperor was unwilling. The item was still given to the supreme demon emperor. The abyss demon emperor, Tatian, and the sixth darkness god emperor were the same. We were wrong. I didn't expect the primordial evil dragon to be so powerful. It can freeze the world and completely suppress the fire Qilin. The sixth darkness god emperor's eyes lit up. We've all been tricked by Tian. Emperor Tatian soon realized. After they realized it, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were the lords of the forbidden areas, so they wouldn't cause trouble for a junior. Besides, Tian was on the Supreme Demon Emperor's side, so they wouldn't offend the Supreme Demon Emperor. Open. The Divine Prince Sky Dragon removed the array and slashed at the primordial evil dragon with his hand. Your master is so shameless. Furball snorted in dissatisfaction and rammed his head into the fire Qilin divine beast. The fire Qilin flew backward and crashed into the divine sun sky dragon's attack. Another large chunk of flesh fell off, and Furball came out and swallowed it. The fire Qilin let out a cry of agony. Master, you should have seen it clearly before you attacked. The divine prince sky dragon turned pale. His heart was bleeding after the slash landed on the fire Qilin's body. He took out a large number of elixirs and fed them to the fire Qilin. You're good. The divine prince sky dragon knew he had been tricked. He secretly cursed Chen Fan for being shameless and cunning. He had lost 16 small sacred-grade divine meridians. Hairball dodged and returned to Lin Fei. Master, the meat of a divine beast tastes really good. Lin Fei had known what these people were thinking from the beginning. They wouldn't miss out on anything that could benefit them. The only thing he didn't expect was that the Divine Prince Sky Dragon would place such a heavy bet and gain a lot. Hee, how could I have won your things if I wasn't powerful? Lin Fei smiled and said, Anyway, a dozen sacred-grade divine meridians are nothing to a rich man like you. The other divine princes rolled their eyes. Do you really think we don't care? They despised Tian. The divine Prince Sky Dragon comforted the fire Qilin and said coldly, You have too many things. Be careful. Among the 108 godchildren, the ones at the top were all proud and arrogant. None of them were willing to submit to anyone. The divine Prince Sky Dragon's words pulled Lin Fei to the opposite side. Subconsciously, he was saying that if you have a divine meridian, you need to have a life to enjoy it. The gazes of the divine princes became very unfriendly. Clearly, they were provoked by these words. Lin Fei scratched his ear and said, I have a huge appetite. I won't be able to eat too much. With the Lord of the restricted area here, no one would make a move for the time being. They had a powerful background, and there was still a gap between them and the Lord of the restricted area. Chapter 1992. You are really ruthless. After the Supreme Demon Emperor returned, he smiled and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled, Actually, I am poor. If I can make a small profit, I will. Who asked them to be greedy? The Supreme Demon Emperor agreed with this sentence. Everyone can't avoid the word greed. Brat, you also know how to scheme. You got over a dozen sacred god veins, that should be enough for you. Hee, who asked them to be greedy? Serves them right. Lin Fei laughed. I didn't ask them to bet. This is for you. The Supreme Demon Emperor took out a bottle of immortal brew and threw it to Lin Fei. Immortal brew. Lin Fei caught it. There were too many of them. The Supreme Demon Emperor seemed to know what Lin Fei was thinking. Don't look down on my immortal brew. This is a million-year-old immortal brew. A million-year-old immortal brew? Lin Fei's eyeballs almost popped out. Lin Fei had immortal brews in his storage ring. Those were over a dozen years old, the oldest was a few 100,000 years old. However, there were not many that were a few million years old. Most importantly, this immortal brew came from the Supreme Demon Emperor. Its quality was definitely not ordinary. This bottle of immortal brew is something that can't be found in the entire immortal world. The ingredients are all gone. The Supreme Demon Emperor laughed. Just drink it sparingly. Lin Fei immediately treated it as a treasure. Something personally refined by the Supreme Demon Emperor was definitely good stuff. Thank you, Senior. Even though Lin Fei did not drink it, it was definitely an exceptional brew. Sky Dragon, we will be attacking the Forbidden Zone tomorrow. I have a task for you. At the camp outside the Forbidden Zone, the Three Stones Divine Emperor said to the Sky Dragon in front of him. We are partners. Speak your mind. The Sky Dragon said. The Three Stones Divine Emperor thought highly of the Sky Dragon. Not bad. I thought you would still be immersed in your anger towards Tian. Tianlong said calmly. Tian? Haha, I've never taken Tian seriously. He's not fit to compete with me. If I want to kill him, I'll kill him within 10 moves. The Three-Stone Divine Emperor was very satisfied. Now listen carefully. After we attack the Forbidden Zone, the 18 leaders of the Forbidden Zones will work together to drive Demon Monarch Fei Yang out. Your job is to suppress the 6 undefeatable God Emperor Generals under Demon Monarch Fei Yang. You only need to suppress one of them. The Divine Sun, Sky Dragon, knew more things. My strength has improved greatly and I have not fought against a Paragon God Emperor yet. I am very interested in this. God Sun Tianlong said with a smile. You need a protector, one of the 6 undefeatable God Emperors under Demon Monarch Fei Yang. With an invincible deity emperor among them, you will have the capital to contend against them. The Sanshur Celestial Emperor said smilingly. Once you've defeated one of the undefeatable God Emperors, you'll be able to bring him to the treasure vault left behind by Demon Monarch Fei Yang and obtain the Destiny Stone. Divine Prince Tianlong suddenly said, one invincible Divine Emperor is not enough. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Restricted Region summoned his representative over. Tell me what to do tomorrow. Some of the Lords of the Restricted Regions chose to form an alliance. Lin Fei was also summoned by the Supreme Demon Monarch. At the same time, he met the other Lord of the Restricted Region, the 6 Underworld's Celestial Emperor and a beautiful lady. The lady. Lin Fei recognized her. The goddess, the 9 Heavens Phoenix. The one who tamed the godly beast Huafeng Phoenix. Come in. The Supreme Demon Monarch said to Lin Fei. The 6 Underworld's Celestial Emperor glanced at Lin Fei as soon as he came in. Kid, you're not bad. Just SOSO. Lin Fei said politely. The 6 Underworld's Celestial Emperor said smilingly. Don't be so humble, you've earned a fortune recently and made me lose an item. Not everyone can do that. The Supreme Demon Monarch asked Lin Fei to stand beside him. Tian is here. You can tell me now. The 6 Underworld's Celestial Emperor said, we're going to attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang tomorrow. I hope that the 9 Heavens Phoenix and Tian can take down a general together. Lin Fei had no idea what would happen after they attacked Demon Monarch Fei Yang's Forbidden Zone. But the generals knew. Demon Monarch Fei Yang had 6 generals with the cultivation of undefeatable God Emperors. Even though Demon Monarch Fei Yang was dead, the invincible Divine Emperor had also died. He had retained his original attack, and his strength had not been affected at all. Lin Fei was surprised when he heard that the 9 Heavens Phoenix was going to take down one of the invincible God Emperors. An invincible God Emperor was quite impressive. After all, it was equivalent to the peak invincible God Emperor's strength. It was comparable to a God Emperor's strength. Otherwise, they would not be given the title of Invincible God Emperor. The title of Invincible God Emperor was proven by their strength. Demon Monarch Fei Yang had 6 invincible God Emperors under his command. One could easily imagine how powerful Demon Monarch Fei Yang was in the past. The Supreme Demon Monarch was not surprised. An invincible God Emperor is not bad, but how are we going to split it? Lin Fei listened in silence. His gaze would occasionally land on the 9 Heavens Phoenix. The woman was extraordinary. Her body was emitting a powerful aura that was on par with the God Sun, Tianlong. Maybe this 9 Heavens Phoenix is on par with the God Sun, Tianlong. Lin Fei mumbled to himself. He could sense a dangerous aura coming from her. He could not help but have a hunch. If we can take down one of the invincible God Emperors and give it to us, I'll let Di Tian have the first pick of the 3 treasures when we enter the treasure vault of Demon Monarch Fei Yang. The Supreme Demon Monarch shook his head. The price of a path protector of an invincible God Emperor is way more than that. Lin Fei came to a realization. He was still curious why the Supreme Demon Monarch was interested in an invincible God Emperor, but it seemed like it was because of the path protector. Every expert would have a path protector around them when they were competing for the heavenly will. Their purpose was to protect them, which was equivalent to having a powerful bodyguard. The reason why Demon Monarch Fei Yang was able to secure the heavenly will in the end was because he had 6 invincible God Emperors as his path protectors. The 9 Heavens Phoenix said coldly, "It's unnecessary for us to work together. I can easily take down an invincible God Emperor on my own." F***K, this woman sure is arrogant. Lin Fei mumbled to himself. The Supreme Demon Monarch glanced at the 9 Heavens Phoenix and said, "If Phoenix has the same thought, there's no need for us to work together. Di Tian, what do you think?" Lin Fei was quite interested in having an invincible God Emperor as his path protector. He could only summon God Emperors for now. No matter how many God Emperors there were, they would not stand a chance against an invincible God Emperor. "Let's see who's capable enough," Lin Fei said. "Whoever is capable enough will be able to take down an invincible God Emperor. Work together?" Lin Fei was not interested in it either. He had brought over 10 million ultimate gods with him. He could use the ultimate gods as cannon fodder to buy himself some time. Work together? There was no need for that. Lin Fei was planning to take a look at the invincible God Emperors. Demon Monarch Fei Yang was the path protector of 6 invincible God Emperors. He should be stronger than him. The Supreme Demon Monarch said with a smile, "It seems like young people have their own ideas. It's not appropriate for us to interfere, let them do it themselves." Chapter 1993. "It seems like I'm going to have another opponent." Lin Fei rubbed his nose and said as soon as the 9 Heavens Phoenix and Emperor Lu Ming left. Lin Fei knew the 9 Heavens Phoenix was treating him as an opponent judging from the look in her eyes when she left. Working together? Lin Fei was indeed not interested. There were only 6 Tao protectors. He might as well do it himself instead of working together. Lin Fei's thoughts were as simple as that. Therefore, he rejected the offer. "I thought you would choose to work with the Phoenix." The Supreme Demon Monarch was surprised. "There's no benefit in working together, why would I?" Lin Fei said smilingly. "Even though I'm not interested in being a Tao protector, I'm not willing to give it to someone else. I might as well take one myself." No matter what, Lin Fei's attitude was resolute. The Supreme Demon Monarch nodded. "You're right, but you're the first one who doesn't care about being a Tao protector." After chatting for a while, the Supreme Demon Monarch went straight to the point. "Lin Fei, when we attack Demon Monarch Fei Yang, you will go and suppress the undefeatable God Emperors. It's best if you can suppress one of them, and you'll be able to enter Demon Monarch Fei Yang's treasure vault. The treasure vault contains the destiny left by Demon Monarch Fei Yang. It's up to you if you have the chance to acquire it. Lin Fei said. I will. 3 days were gone in the blink of an eye. The crowd gathered in front of the Forbidden Zone once again. The 18 masters of the Forbidden Zones were all present. More than 10 god princes and god emperors stood behind the masters of the Forbidden Zones. Lin Fei was one of them too. However, as soon as Lin Fei arrived, he immediately sensed their hostility. On second thought, he realized the reason why they were treating him as an opponent was because of the 6 undefeatable god emperors. There were too many of them, thus it was impossible for each of them to have one Tao protector. They had to keep their guard up against the strongest person. Without a doubt, he had become one of them. Lin Fei would never doubt his intuition. Di Tian, you've won the last time, I wonder if you're interested in a rematch with me. The god Sun Sky Dragon stared at him. Lin Fei did not know much about the god Sun Sky Dragon, but he knew the god Sun Sky Dragon was a lot more difficult to deal with than ordinary opponents. Get back some face? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. It wouldn't be normal if you didn't stand up and make trouble. From the beginning, Lin Fei had guessed what the Sky Dragon was thinking. I'm actually very interested in gambling. Lin Fei greeted him. What do you want to play? Just say it. Divine Sun Tianlong laughed. You should know about the Tao Protectors. Why don't we compete to see who can suppress an invincible God Emperor? Become a Tao Protector. I like this. If you lose, you have to take out 30 small sacred divine ranges. How about that? Sky Dragon said confidently. Lin Fei thought, this guy is really ruthless. This time, he wants me to go back to before liberation. Lin Fei's entire fortune didn't even reach 30 saint-rank divine veins. If he really fell asleep, he would lose everything he had. Sir, you've spoken. If I don't agree, you might think that I'm afraid of you. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. I accept your wager. If you lose, it'll be 30 saint-rank divine ranges. No problem, right? No problem. Sky Dragon looked at Lin Fei. The matter was settled. Lin Fei looked at the other god sons and said with a smile, I wonder if everyone is interested in making a bet. It's still 2-1. The 18 restricted zone lords couldn't help but shake their heads. This Di Tian was really worry-free. They had gambled previously. They didn't expect to be stuck again. I'll bet 10,000 heaven divine ranges. It was still that straightforward god Sun Tianhu. I don't believe that you can win again. I'm placing this bet. Tianhu was a forthright person. He was able to accept Sky Dragon's challenge. Tianhu had a good impression of Lin Fei since he could agree so readily. The god sons who had lost previously did not hesitate and made another bet. To them, divine veins weren't something that they cared too much about. Therefore, they placed a lot of bets this time. They didn't believe that Lin Fei would continue to win. Moreover, they were very confident against the 6 invincible god emperors this time. Di Tian definitely couldn't suppress them alone. In less than a moment, he obtained another 3 to 400,000 divine ranges. Lin Fei smiled happily. We can attack now. As the Supreme Demon Emperor's voice fell, his aura soared into the sky. He threw a punch at the restricted zone. The huge restricted zone shook and was opened. Dust flew everywhere in the huge restricted zone. The other 4 restricted zone lords also attacked one after another. The 5 restricted zone lords were the first to make a move. Their aura was shocking. The god sons behind secretly revealed a trace of fear. The strength of these 5 restricted zone lords is really not an ordinary kind of powerful. Lin Fei, who was standing at the back, secretly marveled at the powerful strength of the restricted zone lords. No wonder they could open up a restricted zone. As the 5 restricted zone lords took the lead to make a move, a huge wave was set off in the entire restricted zone. For a moment, Lin Fei couldn't see the figures of the 5 restricted zone lords. It turned out that they had charged into the innermost zone. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying torrent rose in the restricted zone. From inside to outside, it crushed everything in its path. With a thought from Lin Fei, a black hole appeared. Even though he was still in his original position, he was actually separated by layers of space. The black torrent surged over and disappeared into the black hole. Lin Fei focused his gaze. The god's sons were all resisting the torrent. What a terrifying attack! Lin Fei could clearly sense the power of the torrent. This must be the work of the 5 strongest restricted zone lords. Demon Monarch Fei Yang, you've been dead for so long, it's time to contribute your restricted zone. The Supreme Demon Emperor's voice came from above the restricted zone. Following this, the 5 restricted zone lords appeared one after another. At this moment, they were attacking an expressionless corpse. Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that it was a corpse dressed in luxurious clothing. Even though he was dead, his flesh and blood remained the same. His body still contained a terrifyingly powerful qi and blood. Once he turned into a corpse, his qi and blood would disappear. In the end, the corpse would decay and turn into a skeleton. The corpse before him was completely different from the corpses he usually saw. The terrifying qi and blood were incredibly powerful. A few gusts of wind swept across the place. The 5 restricted zone lords were knocked flying. Demon Monarch Fei Yang is still so strong even after his death? Lin Fei took a deep breath. It was his first time seeing a god monarch, even though it was just a corpse. The corpse was too extraordinary. Even from a distance away, Lin Fei could still sense the powerful qi and blood coming at him. If it weren't for the black hole, the qi and blood would suffocate him to death. All of you deserve to die. The expressionless demon monarch Fei Yang fought with his bare hands. He fully displayed his undefeatable aura. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting against the 5 restricted zone lords on his own. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Attack! As the 5 restricted zone lords were attacking Demon Monarch Fei Yang, the other 15 restricted zone lords made their moves too, bringing the God Emperors with them. The restricted zone where Demon Monarch Fei Yang was at was incredibly powerful. Chapter 1994. Every forbidden zone had a huge number of experts. They had already merged with the lords of the forbidden zones. In order to attack a forbidden zone, they had to eliminate all the experts. Luckily, the experts maintained their attacks and lost their consciousness. The 15 lords of the forbidden zones were the first to charge forward. As soon as they made their move, they activated the force of the heavens and earth and destroyed a group of guard. The god princes began to make their move. They controlled the force of the heavens and earth and killed their way forward. Lin Fei was among them too. He controlled the force of space and turned it into spears, shattering the incoming guards. He could kill a huge number of guards within a breath's time. Even so, the guards of the forbidden zones were still densely packed. Fortunately, they were the strongest among them. They were able to withstand the consumption. 6 invincible god emperors, are they the last ones to show up? Lin Fei did not stand out too much. Lin Fei learned from the Supreme Demon Monarch that there were a lot of good stuff in the forbidden zones of Demon Monarch Fei Yang. Lin Fei was not worried about the 15 main vanguards of the forbidden zones. The invincible god emperors would show up anyway, so there was no need to rush. The main vanguards of the forbidden zones. The battle went on very quickly. It was easy for Lin Fei to kill the guards since they maintained their basic attack. The group continued to push forward. Large numbers of guards were shattered into pieces. Lin Fei clearly knew that without the help of the lords of the forbidden zones, they would not be able to make it in so easily. The Dao Guardian tombs. As they pushed forward, Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw 6 tombs outside a mountain. The god princes were the most excited when they saw the 6 tombs. Those must be the tombs of the invincible god emperors. According to the Supreme Demon Monarch, demon monarch Feiyong had relied on the protection of the Tao Guardians to rise into the sky and become a god monarch. The 6 Tao Guardians had contributed a lot. The mountain must be the palace of demon monarch Feiyong. Lin Fei analyzed. 6 tombs, I'll choose the outermost one. Lin Fei set his eyes on one of the tombs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei would not hold back now that the tombs had appeared. He sprinted toward the tombs. The other divine princes were not to be trifled with. They all rushed towards the tomb. Banish. Lin Fei released a large amount of spatial energy, enveloping the entire tomb. Hairball also rushed out, her huge body moving back and forth. Colliding with the divine suns forced them to be cautious. Without a doubt, Lin Fei had seized the initiative. World Cage. When they were about to get close, a divine sun threw out a heaven and earth cage, which was enveloped by the boundless will of heaven and earth. He stopped Lin Fei from entering. It can isolate the power of space. Lin Fei was actually trapped. Normally, this would be inconceivable. Now, the one who had appeared was a divine son of the human race. Lin Fei had never thought of the god-children as simple as they were. This was especially so when he heard from the Supreme Devil Emperor that the powerful god-children had grasped the power of the heavenly Tao. Their strength had increased tremendously and were extremely terrifying. For example, the cage of heaven and earth was clearly the power of the heavenly Tao. Open! Lin Fei used his hand as a knife and attacked the cage of heaven and earth. The huge cage kept shaking, and he broke it with 3 consecutive slashes. The spatial energy that Lin Fei had set up didn't let them have a good time. They didn't have it easy either. Quite a few divine princes were transferred out. So fast. They actually went in. Lin Fei glanced and saw the divine sun heavenly dragon riding the fire Qilin, breaking open the tomb and rushing in. On the other side, the 9 heavens phoenix didn't hesitate either. She also successfully rushed in with raging flames. I have to speed up too. Lin Fei waved his hand, and millions of divine venerables descended. They stood in front of everyone. The appearance of this wave of divine venerables caught everyone off guard. Lin Fei rushed in. Boom! Boom! As soon as he entered, an invincible aura hit him head-on. Lin Fei's body shook slightly as he saw the inside of the tomb. An invincible divine emperor in armor, holding a Xianhua axe, was fighting with 8 divine princes. The invincible aura when he first came in was released from the armor of the invincible divine emperor. Those who were slightly weaker would definitely be crushed to death by the invincible aura. The aura of an invincible divine emperor was that terrifying. Also, the entire tomb was filled with the oppressive energy of the invincible divine emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Lin Fei came in, the 8 divine princes gave up on attacking and all retreated. They flashed with cold light and charged at Lin Fei. Heavenly Tao, slow. Suddenly, a wave of energy attacked. The heavenly Tao seemed to have a hint of pressure. Damn it, I'm cheating. Lin Fei dodged very quickly, but he was still hit and slowed down. Ha ha ha, Di Tian, you didn't expect us to deal with you first, did you? Divine Prince Tianqi laughed. This move of the heavenly Tao was his doing. When a person's speed slowed down, all advantages were gone. In particular, the slowing power on his opponent was extremely terrifying. It contained the power of the heavenly Tao and Lin Fei couldn't get rid of it right away. Heavenly Tao, numb. Another divine prince, Tian Xiong, snickered and displayed the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei knew why the Supreme Demon Emperor told him to be careful of the divine princes. As expected, the strength of these divine princes had increased greatly. The power of the heavenly Tao they controlled was really insane. F***ck. First it was the slowing, now it's numbing. Those geniuses outside are furious. Lin Fei cursed in his mind. He had no choice. This power was too strong. Luckily, Lin Fei wasn't that easy to deal with. Even though he had been hit by the slowing power, and was being suppressed by the heavenly Tao, Lin Fei's spatial power was still unimpeded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei dodged the attacks of the 8 divine princes. He was still a bit slow. He immediately activated his invincible defense. Damn it, come on! Even though he was hit by all kinds of heavenly Tao power, they were all blocked by the invincible defense. He went straight to the invincible divine emperor. Get in here! To subdue the invincible divine emperor in the shortest time, Lin Fei could only use the system space to forcibly take the invincible divine emperor, lest he fall into the hands of others. There were 6 invincible divine emperors. Lin Fei couldn't waste time here. He used the system to take away the invincible divine emperor as soon as he arrived. Rushing to the front of the invincible divine emperor, Lin Fei suffered an attack and consumed a lot of divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care. He opened the system space, and the invincible divine emperor struggled a little and was taken in. Ding, the creature is too powerful, needs to be suppressed. Ding, the creature is too powerful, needs to be suppressed. As soon as the invincible divine emperor was taken in, the system issued a warning. Lin Fei took a look and saw the invincible divine emperor attacking the system space. Each of his punches carried invincible power, and the system space was also temporarily unstable. Suppress it with force. Whoosh, whoosh. A huge amount of divinity points were instantly used up. Refine it again. Lin Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't come out on the spot, he could suppress it with a huge amount of divinity points. While he was distracted, the sky was full of attacks. Boom, boom. Chapter 1995. When the invincible divine emperor was forcibly taken in by the system. The 8 divine princes were shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. Tian had taken in an invincible divine emperor. What kind of joke was this? That was an invincible divine emperor. They had never heard of any treasure that could take in an invincible divine emperor. However, the most unbelievable thing happened right in front of them. They had to believe it. Quick, kill Tian. Divine Prince Tianqi was furious. It wasn't easy to make Tian fall into the trap, but he could still take away the invincible divine emperor. This was unforgivable. The invincible god emperor must be suppressed by the treasure. Tian needs divine power to suppress it, and his strength must be greatly affected. Everyone, let's kill him together. The god's son Tianxiong shouted loudly, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. They all knew how powerful Tian was. Now that they had a chance to injure him, they were all happy to attack. Most of Lin Fei's divine power was used to suppress and refine the invincible divine emperor, while the rest was used to support the invincible defense. His divinity points evaporated like water. Everyone felt sorry for him. Lin Fei had no choice. Fortunately, he had a lot of divine meridians, so he could withstand it. Bang bang bang. The 8 heavenly laws were repelled by the invincible defense. Of course, Lin Fei had to pay a lot of divinity points for this. Wanma Pagoda. Lin Fei took out the Emperor treasure and smashed it on Divine Prince Tianqi, sending him flying. The power of an Emperor treasure was terrifying. He injured Divine Prince Tianqi with one attack. No one expected that Lin Fei could withstand the attack and be completely unharmed. The Wanma Pagoda smashed towards Divine Prince Tianxiong. He went in front of another Divine Prince and punched him. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? He kicked again, sending the Divine Prince flying and smashing him into a stone pillar. The entire tomb moved with him. With the invincible defense activated, Lin Fei turned into an invincible existence. No attack could hurt him at all. Time elapse. Lin Fei once again unleashed a powerful move. The time elapse swept over them like the wind. The 8 divine princes' expressions changed drastically. Get out! With a single sweep, thousands of years had been taken away. The 8 divine princes weren't fools. They knew that Tian wasn't easy to deal with. In fact, he was even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. To think that Tion could withstand the power of the heavenly Daos and wasn't affected at all. Their heavenly Daos were being suppressed limitlessly. That was a very bad sign. Several divine princes left. Tianqi, the divine sun. The divine sons and the heavenly ferocious beasts left as well. Invincible defense is still the best. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that the divine son was also afraid of death. Taking away a few thousand years of his lifespan was not a small loss. In the system space, the divinity points were consumed even faster. The invincible divine emperor's retaliation grew stronger and stronger. Burn! 100,000 heaven-rank divine veins instantly ignited and turned into a huge amount of divinity points. During this time, 20% of the divinity points were wasted, leaving only 80%. 80% of the divinity points were used up in one go. The invincible God Emperor's reaction was much slower, and the system's refinement of the invincible God Emperor had improved a lot. Not enough. Still not enough. The power of 100,000 heaven-rank divine veins could only last for a short while. Lin Fei ignited 100,000 divine veins again and used it 5 times in one go. He used 500,000 heaven-rank divine veins, but he still couldn't stop the invincible God Emperor's resistance. Small saint-rank divine veins burn. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. To subdue the invincible God Emperor, he had to use a small saint-rank divine veins to suppress him in one go. Only then could the system take the opportunity to complete the refinement. The huge amount of divinity points was pressed down again. This time, the invincible God Emperor's resistance slowed down. The refinement data flew up. Saint-rank divine veins are still the best. Although Lin Fei felt a heartache, he was still very satisfied with using them to suppress the invincible God Emperor. He didn't mind using a single saint-rank divine vein to let the system refine the invincible God Emperor. Lin Fei activated another saint-rank divine vein. After suppressing the invincible God Emperor's final resistance, the refinement was close to 100. It's finally done. When the system finally showed 100, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. If they had stopped me just now, it wouldn't have been easy for me to refine the invincible God Emperor so quickly. Now that they came in again, they would probably be dumbfounded. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the invincible God Emperor appeared in front of him. The invincible God Emperor was expressionless. That kind of invincible might was enough to make one's heart tremble. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't plan to rely on force to suppress the invincible God Emperor. What a joke, this kind of invincible God Emperor basically couldn't be suppressed with force. If he really used force, it would definitely be a big problem. Later, after the system studied it, it found another way to refine it. The premise was that there must be enough divine veins. There was no doubt that Lin Fei was very rich, but he also paid a high price to refine the invincible God Emperor, and this was under the condition that the invincible God Emperor was unconscious. I think I'm the first person to refine an invincible God Emperor. Lin Fei was very happy. They're coming in again. Suddenly Lin Fei smiled. He had mastered the power of space, and was most sensitive to spatial fluctuations. For example, now, more than 20 people came in from outside. Tion, you're really shameless. How dare you use this method to fool us? Divine Prince Tianqi rushed in. Now, don't think you can fool us. The Divine Prince had just gone out, but on second thought, he realized that he had been tricked, so he came back again. No matter what, he couldn't let Tion succeed. That was an invincible God Emperor, and also the best path protector. As soon as they came in, they cursed at Lin Fei and didn't notice the invincible God Emperor next to him. After all, they didn't think that Tion could refine the invincible God Emperor in a short time. You're too late. Lin Fei shook his head. Path Protector, kill him. The invincible God Emperor's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Godchild Tianqi with a single hand. With a speed so fast that it was impossible to detect, he punched Godchild Tianqi's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. The invincible God Emperor is really fierce. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this attack. After blowing up Divine Prince Tianqi's head with one move, the invincible God Emperor quickly went in front of another Divine Prince and punched a big hole, from which blood gushed out. After all, they were all standing together. At such a close distance, the Divine Princes became punching bags. The Divine Princes were dumbfounded. In such a short time, Di Tian had suppressed the invincible God Emperor and obtained the ability to control him. Then, everyone's heart sank. Run! The invincible God Emperor kept coming in and out, blood spilling everywhere. No one could stop the attacks of the invincible God Emperor. However, every time they were about to kill the Divine Princes, they would be teleported away by some kind of power, so they missed the opportunity. Could it be the work of the heavenly law? Lin Fei touched his chin. If it was like this for one Divine Prince, 2 Divine Princes, and 3 Divine Princes, then it would be abnormal. Lin Fei couldn't help but suspect this.